you. You'll be here for 15 minutes. Fair enough. I mean, every now and again, you got to give your legs a break and sit that standing desk down, but... So the first thing I got to do is I got to go into my init file and... shut the population cap from 100 down to 50 or 30. 50 or 30. Kind of thinking 30. Maybe even, actually, let's go like 32. 42. Nah, that's 10 too high. Yeah, no, my biggest concern is boredom. It's probably my biggest concern. Here's the Reddit thread if anybody wants to poke it. All right. Title's updated. All right, here we go. So this will be in the same world. I can remember which one it was. Dimension of Omens, I think. Let's double check. I actually can't remember what world it was. I got too many worlds in my fort. Probably, like, rename some of them so I can keep track of them. Nope, that wasn't the right one. Crap. Wait, no, it was Cornet 10. That was it, right? Let's see. What was that? Cornet 10? Nope. I really wish it would say what year it was in the world. I've only got like 19 worlds. This is like very much a me problem. Actually, that might be at Region 18. You've been standing up for 3 to 4 hours a day, and you've been able to work standing for 6 hours the last 2 days. Yeah, I mean, it certainly has its effect. There it is. Okay, cool. So it is that one. Slogo Ospas. Or Fortress. All right, so this is our attempt to make... Yeah, there we go. The year of... Spring of the year 160. Where we're going to attempt to make a Millennium Fort. We're going to be here for a while. So because this is going to take a while, we best take our time setting things up, I think. So obviously dwarves wouldn't set out to be like, yo, we're going to build this fort and it's going to last a millennia. That's not why dwarves would go make a fortress, right? Right? I don't think so anyway. But we want to settle somewhere where we have the ability to survive that long. We need a name that screams longevity. Yeah. Oh, I mean, we'll have the subtitle for it, right? Queen Elizabeth. I mean, it does scream longevity. Which means I think we should probably... okay. First off, what faction do we want to be a part of? The Post of Cults is a really good name. That's a pretty evil one. They have towers and stuff under their control. They live up here, kind of in this northern region. The Creation of Paging is, I think, the one that we were last in. There's the Curious Gate, which is the biggest dwarven faction and the oldest one, the most spread out. The Ashen Pillars that kind of inhabits this region up here. They're pretty peaceful, although there are a few Necromancer towers that have popped up in the last few years, which are a little sketchy. Doomed Time? Stone's already working on the name, and I'm still going, we need to figure out where we're going to put this damn thing. Stormy Silvers are very much the southern folk. They live down in the desert regions. Down with a few humans. Also pretty peaceful. I mean, Time Ocean could also be pretty good. Also, hey, Bear Girls. Like Quick Death. Short for it. The only thing I didn't like about Bear Grylls was the part where he would, like, bite a snake. It's like, why are you doing that for a snake? Snake didn't deserve that. Snake did nothing wrong. I kind of want to do Post of Cults. Just because that's such a good name. The Post of Cults, by the way, was the group that we settled as for the Spike of Zealots, the dwarven fortress that all drank the Kool-Aid and dropped themselves into the lava deep underground. Which was pretty great. Of course, there's also the option of, like, we go very far away from where all the other dwarves are. Like, there's no dwarves down here. A lot of elves. No dwarves. Could just go settle down here in the mountains. Light aquifer, shallow metals. Like something like this even. It's like just stupid steep. I'm just gonna go with the default size and bark, yeah. As long as I'm smart about how... There's only elves nearby, though. I don't know, for a Millennium Fort, like... What would you... I mean, there is a single Necromancer tower down there in the south right there. I was like, these mountains are pretty good, actually. Especially the ones that have shallow metal. Although some of these aren't embarkable. Like that is. How about Longdeath? I mean, that's much more accurate. Well, that's the thing, Eripterus. I'm not throwing away the idea of taking breaks from this fort. If we get bored, we just simply go work on a new fort for a bit. One thing I know for certain is we need to not do any kind of ocean stuff. I mean, as far as projects go, there's lots of projects you can do. You know, build a big pyramid. Make a magma piston. Fill the pyramid with magma. Plenty of stuff you could do. Yeah, you know, honestly, this might not be that bad of an idea. Is settling, like, down here, close to all these elves. As sucky as elves are. What are these 3 biomes? There's 3 biomes here. Biome 1, Biome 2, and Biome 3. I said a millennia, not a million. To be clear, I don't think you could do a million. 10,000 years will give you a right kick in the neck. Kink in the neck. That's the word. I guess that's the question, though. Actually, this wouldn't be a bad spot either. What's... Ooh, never mind. Dwarves, elves, humans, and goblins? Ugh. Yeah, the Curious Gate is at war with elves. Maybe not... Ugh. What do we have up here in the Ashen Pillars? Because we haven't really done much with the Ashen Pillars in this world yet. It's very cold. Lots of spooky biomes. Not a lot of metal from the looks of things. Oh, there's a little bit. It's basically just like cold-ass dunes. Yeah, a lot of deep metals up here. Thanks, I see you, and Doc. We're gonna have to try and avoid war. Oh man, this could be cool. But this would be real bad for this. Is there's actually like... You could straight up do a bridge fort there. Not gonna do it, but you could do a bridge fort right there. Build a bridge between the two of those. Those are always neat. Be horrible for a Millennia fort, though. We didn't even see that was a thing. Usually what happens is one person will start posting, or will chuck channel points towards it, and then it's just like a flood. What, building bridge forts? I mean, they're fun. They're bad for frames, but... Then, of course, there's always the option of, like, yo, let's just be on an island alone. Now, that would be boring. That's a lot of goblins. You guys at war with the elves? Holy shit. Shit's bad down here. It's like humans versus elves, and there's a tower in the mix. Ugh. Go grab your coffee, then. Also, hey, War Merchant, how you been? Yeah, honestly, I think, like, down in this area would probably be wisest. But part of a faction that's not at war with everybody? And hold on, the Ashen Pillars have a fort kind of in the middle of this area. It's a lot of goblins. Although just because we're at war with goblins doesn't mean we'll actually get attacked by them. Little soil and deep metal. Tropical, a temperate freshwater marsh. It's gonna have a lot of rain. So the question is, how long is until somebody does the math of approximately how many hours this will take? I don't even want to know, actually. I mean, there's also always the option of just generating a new world, too. And just, like, starting it in year 1. But I kind of like this world. I don't know. You were trying to work it out? Depends on the FPS, yeah. No, you're right. You're right there. Where even is the tower? Oh, I see it. It's right there. That asshole. Ruining my quality embarks. On how fast it can process things? Yep. Yep. Oh no, should we do this in a new world? Because I could literally just start a world on year 1. Because I was kind of planning on doing it in this world, but like... I don't know. Now I'm like questioning it. I think both are kind of like legitimate plausibilities. Year 2? I mean, realistically, how fast can I hit spacebar? Probably like year 5. My year 1 start, nothing would be about. Yeah, but we could aim for like year 50 or so. Also, minerals are sparse on this world. I do like this world, though. Evening, Tapioca. We're attempting something stupid, and I'm trying to make a decision. The stupid thing is I want to make a fort that lasts for 1,000 years. That's the stupid thing. But the second thing is, do we do it in this world? Or do we do it in a different world? I mean, I'm not going to do advanced regen. I'm just going to hit spacebar and whatever we land on. You know, and just like immediately pause it. But this is already a pretty young world. This world's only like 160 years old. Could solve it democratically. I could also just kind of ask. I don't have to do a poll necessarily. Also, hey, Faker Fangirl. I mean, if I did a poll for literally everything, then I would have no, like, choice in anything, and that wouldn't be fun. Hot Mountain, eh? Aquifers are a non-issue unless it's a heavy aquifer. Even varied ones are fine. I mean, DF plays itself. We don't need Twitch to play DF. What kind of things do I need material-wise? Sparse is probably okay, because I can just import stuff, right? Isn't that just called politics? Tapioca? Yeah, aquifers are good to have. A heavy aquifer. As long as it's not a heavy aquifer, you're fine. I could also not. Riptorus. Because that would be a terrible seed for a really long world. You maintain 100 FPS the whole time and play for 6 hours a day, 6 days a week. It would take 27.77 weeks to complete all 1,000 years. Oh boy. So half a year, basically. Well, I never asked if I should use someone else's seed. I simply asked, should I generate a world or use this one? So no, actually, I didn't ask. Yeah, I'm going to start a new world. Yeah, I don't like using other people's worlds like that. I don't think it's as cool as they all make it out to be, because they say that it's like Teller's Fabulous Embark or whatever it's called. It's like, oh, it's a perfect embark. It's like, well, it depends on what you like in an embark. Like, that's strictly personal opinion, right? Like, my personal opinion is I don't need all of those things. I don't need such a big embark, for example. I don't need it to be the stuff that they claim makes it a perfect embark isn't necessarily a positive for me, if that makes sense. All right, so we're going to keep number of civilizations at medium. Number of sites, we'll push down to low. Number of beasts. Waterfalls aren't that cool. Like, to me, it just looks like a butt crack. That embark, like, when you look at it, it looks like a butt crack embark. Natural savagery, we'll leave it normal. And we're going to leave mineral occurrence at normal instead of, well, at sparse instead of rare. I want to say that world is on very rare, but anyway. Perfect embark. To me, a perfect embark has a waterfall, a good biome, and an evil biome. The evil biome is not resurrecting, but has some fun evil quirks. And the good biome has unicorns. That's a perfect embark. Oh, it was my birthday and the charity fort, yeah. Year 5. That's what we have. There's a few forts. Ooh, there's a volcano. Couple goblins. Some elves in the middle. 59 deaths. Yeah, we're 517 historical figures. Lava, on the other hand, yeah. I kind of agree with you, Fortress 54. Like, having a waterfall just means you're going to have a lot of weird blood smears at the bottom of that waterfall. It's just a dragon lair in the middle of an ocean. Yeah, goats. The bolt fishers wasn't really working. It wasn't. So, what if we make a fort that lasts a millennia? That's the goal. Will we achieve it? I have a feeling the Steam version of DF will be out before we finish this fort. Your character was kick-ass. No? Well, I mean, I already have... I mean, I can make the world public. Like, I can give you guys the world, but I'm not going to run it the same way I'm running the community world. No, absolutely not. No, 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 no. No tapioca. You have a feeling I'll get bored? I mean, I have a feeling I'll take breaks. No, yeah, absolutely. Eripterus. Like, I mean, that's the plan that I have. Like, I get bored with forts when it's the only fort that I'm doing for a really long period of time, right? But I've been trying to figure out for a while, Renee, a way to have kind of 3 different saves running concurrently. We have the community fort, right? Which is the other one where I actually have like a through-line story plot idea for that one now. Then this one, which would be a Millennia Fort, which is going to just kind of keep going. We'll just see how things go. We'll just see how things go. It's going to take a long time. Like, but here's the thing. I've done challenge runs in games that have... I did a 600-hour RimWorld run. How is the community fort run? It has a plan now. Jellybutt, thanks for the 21 months. Heyo.
Hello.
Can I get a round of beers in the chat, please? For Jellybutt in the 21 months. But yeah, no, it's kind of a... I need a method to kind of have different themes for forts, right? So I have no problems with doing shorter forts in other worlds around this one, right? But, you know, we're going to be here for a while. Dwarf Fortress ain't going anywhere. We're not going to be getting any new versions of the game anytime soon, and I'm assuming, working under the assumption, that the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress will be compatible with old worlds, so at least fingers crossed it will. And if it doesn't, then we start over. Or I just keep this version of the world running and we just return to it. Like, I've got no problems with taking breaks from a run. It's just a question of, do we like this world? Or should I abort it and make a new one? And thank you seriously for the 21 months. Thanks for keeping that subscription alive. The Absolute Realm is a fitting name. It looks like just a continent in a bigger world. I kind of like that, actually. Got some mountains up in the middle. Jungles up at the top. No deserts or anything. Well, actually, that's not true. There's some deserts over here on the right. You humans popping up over there. We'll find out if, like, cities and stuff actually expand. Yeah, I think we'll take it. Why not? Just gonna rename it. Apparently, somehow I managed to copy it. Also, I should copy it. In case anybody wants it. And in case I want to jump into lore stuff. All right, let's just peek at the legends, because this is the smallest world I've ever made. It's this one. Oh, game crashed because I renamed the folder. It's fine. I was wondering if the game was going to crash if I did that. There it is. Game's like, oh god, I don't know what I'm looking for. From memory, and forgot about Alaska and a lot of Canada and most of Florida. So everything that's irrelevant. Good to know, Zapdos. All right, so we've got dragons, a bronze colossus, a hydra. Oh, a dragon died in year 2. Attacked a bunch of dwarves and got struck down by a dwarf and tempted rough. Is there literally only one dead Mega Beast? Oh, no. Jungle Titan died. Which was a jungle titan, the only one of its kind? A towering eyeless tarantula. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and it moves. Carelessly, beware its poisonous bite. Was associated with trees, rivers, plants, nature, and animals. Sounds elfy. There's an eagle god? Guys, we found the god of Murica. The Silvery Towers was a deity that occurs in the myths of the Ring of Corridors. The Silvery Towers was most often depicted as a male eagle and was associated with mountains. Giant tarantula. What about a one-eyed freak? I think they misspelled my name. Tenrobus Abyss was a one-eyed freak, the only one of his kind, a large one-eyed humanoid. It has a stubby horn and it strides in silence with a purpose. Its charcoal skin is rough and cracked. You will know why you fear the night. Began wandering the regal hill and fought with the elf Quinth. While defeated, the latter escaped unscathed. The Umbriel Twilight is its lair. That's a good name. Umbriel Twilight's my new post-rock band. Anything specific we should look up, chat, or should we just jump in? There isn't too much here, obviously. I mean, the historical map is literally just... I can't scroll. Because we're still literally in... There's a dwarf god named Lol. Wait, what? I mean, there's a Leto. I don't know what god you're referring to, but I don't see it. Strike something. All right, let's go strike it. The Absolute Realm. Realm 19. Might have been lol, yeah. Oh, and accented out? Oh. God, this must be like some of the shortest load times I've ever seen in DF. It's like a doorway to Moria. Lol. All right, what's our options? The Ring of Corridors, the Healing Rim, and the Ignited Creation. The Ring of Corridors appears to have 1 fortress. The Healing Rim appears to have 2. And the Ignited Creation has 3. They're also down by the volcano. I guess hence the name, the Ignited Creation. Another thing that I wouldn't be against doing in a fort like this would be retiring it and then going back to it. Retiring it with the intention of going back to it. Something I really wish that you could do in Dwarf Fortress, which I know Tarn's talked about as a future feature, that's a weird thing to say, would be to like put the world on fast forward in a way where like you could basically just say, okay, world, you take over. Jesus, take the wheel with the fortress for a bit. There are goblins in range here. Also elves if you go up a little ways. So that's 2 biomes. We have grassland with sparse trees and little soil. We also have shallow metal and deep metal and flax stone layer on the upside. It's not bad, actually. Actually not that steep, considering it's the edge of a mountain. Cold. Ugh. Seems like a horrible place. 3 biomes, though. That's actually embarkable? Calm surroundings, but just like cold, dreary, nightmarish. Blech. Kind of don't think we should be like in a cold biome, you know? Also stuff like this. Or we could totally embark on this mountain. Kind of like have a mountain to ourselves, you know? They've all got lots of metal. That could do it, actually. Maybe that's it. Temperate savanna. Sparse vegetation, calm surroundings. Brook is called Sizzledham. A mountain, no trees. Thick vegetation, calm surroundings. And a temperate grassland. What do you guys think, chat? I love just the long, in-depth discussions of the Dwarven language that happen in the chat. It's like, currently in range, we have elves, goblins. So here's something that we're going to learn about in this fort that I have no idea about, by the way. No idea. And someone can maybe answer this question for me. I know that hillixes can spawn off of your thriving economy, right? No, there's no necromancers nearby. Just goblins and elves. Actually, I don't think there's any necromancer towers here, so I know where this spot is, but like, let's just peek around. Are there any necromancer towers? Yeah, there are no necromancer towers. So here's something that you guys can maybe help me figure out, because I don't actually know the answer to this. I know that, like, Dwarven holds, or holdings, I guess, can spawn post-embark, right? Can necromancer towers be constructed? Can goblin pits be constructed? Can human towns be constructed? Are those things that can happen post-embark? Like, will they spread? Because I know I've seen wars happen. I've seen the ownership of certain areas change. In World Gen. Can they be built post-World Gen, though? I know during World Gen, absolutely. You're pretty sure you've seen it post-embark? Okay. No physical proof? We'll find out. Won't we? Because, like, we're going to have some pretty fucking fast FPS in this world. Okay, so we're starting with what I think is the biggest civilization, which is the Ignited Creation. We're going to prepare for the journey carefully. Let's start off just naming the fort. Is time a word? Time. The times. Times of past times. I need a name. We have to really like the name. Times New Dwarven. Times New Dwarf. Small. Just small. Tapioca. And we're on year 5. To be clear. Year 5 on a small world. There's 59 dead in the world's history. Which means all of the dwarves are going to be the first of their kind, basically. Which is going to be interesting, actually. The thing about... Here's the thing with time in Dwarf Fortress, right? If you do a young fort, you're going to get a lot more beasts and, like, mega creatures. If you do a old fort, like an old world, you're going to have a lot more were creatures and zombies and stuff like that. So in a way, this is actually kind of scarier. Because, like, there's multiple dragons alive. There's multiple bronze colossi alive. Basically, what I'm saying is we need to build a bunch of wooden cages. Rocks as well. Like, there's a ton of big creatures alive. Time something? Just pretty basic stuff, Tapioca mostly. Long adventure. Doesn't appear to be a front compound word. Oh, wait, no, it is. I just put a space at the end. Long. Can't do that as a rear compound. Long shafted. I mean, we could do long death. Long death. Long death works, I think. Long-winded. That would imply that it outstays its welcome. Let's go with... I like Longdeath. So Longdeath is the fortress. The group name... The Foggy Adventure. How about... The Long Adventure. Actually, like a functional sentence. Can you even have long-winded? I think you can. You can have the long-windy. The wide adventure? Are you calling me fat? Longest journey? I think I've played that game. Dwindle, dwindling, windy, wind. No. Deep adventure? You guys don't like long, do you? The blowing adventure, glowing adventure. Glowing adventure of time. The Eternal Adventure of Time is the name of our group. The Longs of Longing, the Longing Longs. The bland names. You're a bland name, Danuge. I think that works. The Eternal Adventure of Time. Sounds like a children's short novel series. Okay, so the group name is The Eternal Adventure of Time. The fortress is Longdeath. And the symbol. Can I do like... Creature, okay. Dwarf. Let's say 2 dwarves. The 2 dwarves are withering away. There's 3 artifacts in this world, chat. This is an Orpient slab. All craft starship is of the highest quality. The slab reads, I, Eb Barrows Fergig, the funeral of pulp, once of the underworld, by Lal. I bind myself to this place. Gabbro slab. So the only artifacts in this world are slabs? Wow. Damn. Yeah, there's only 3 and they're all demon slabs. That's how young this world is. There's 3 artifacts here. The Works of Sensing. We need to rename this. I think 2 dwarves withering away makes for a pretty good. Can you make clock? I don't think clock is a word, no. Yeah, it's Lal. It was Lal. I mean, Stone kind of knows what he's talking about. This is an image of 2 dwarves in a blazing sun. The 2 dwarves are withering away. This is an image of 2 dwarves in a blazing sun. The 2 dwarves are withering away, and the 2 dwarves are contemplating the blazing sun. God that means blanket? I also worship my blankie when I go to sleep. I think that works. We just need a name for it. How about time? What time ages? Or time acted? Time acted. The works of sensing. Time acted. The age of sensing. The age of aging. Ales. Anger. Armor. Artifacts. Ash. Ashes. Axes. Bakers. Baking. Bars. Barbs. Baths. Bathing. Bile. Boats. Breads. Bucks. Business. Doom. No. What's with you and things that are long and longing and long in the teeth? Age of digging. Time acted. The age of flesh. I actually don't know what age this world is in. You saw Age of Myth? That's kind of what I figured. The Age of Itches? Iron. Insanity. Laziness. Leopard's Light. Impaled on a circle. The blazing sun is traveling. Huh. Time acted. The Age of Myth. I think that's what we'll go with. So time acted. The Age of Myth. An image of two dwarves and a blazing sun. The two dwarves are withering away. The two dwarves are contemplating the blazing sun. Maybe add a mechanism in the middle? Yeah, time acted. Oh, wait, what would the point of, I mean, I could add a mechanism, but what would the mechanism be doing? Or is it just an image of two dwarves, a blazing sun, and a mechanism? Oh, you're still on about the clock symbol. Okay, I thought you were talking about this one. I was like, where? All right, it's 1:30. Just gonna hop up real quick and do my lunch stuff. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys, and then we can name these dwarves and get this embark rolling proper. It's gonna be a long one. Here be. I mean, that's just the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, right? We could just die year one. That literally is the beauty of this game. We could also die on year 996. You know? Like, any of the above is possible. Which is kind of the beauty of the whole thing. I would actually say excuse me, one of my biggest concerns. That's not good. One of my biggest concerns for this is just the stacking of items. Like, the more items that... Like, the number of dead that it's going to have to track is going to get ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. We need Atom Smashers like day one. We also need to not dig down to the caverns for a really long time. Yeah, caverns are terrible for frame rate. 32 is the population cap. There's also a much higher possibility that we're going to get royalty really quickly. Because of how low the population is. Which means we'll probably have a king in this fort. Almost guaranteed at some point. In fact, I'm almost tempted to just leave the dwarf cap at 7 for a year or two. You could wage genocidal wars in the name of frame rate? God. I don't want to change the name of the fort. But what if the fort name abbreviated to FPS? I'm just saying, like, what if we did that? Not if the king dies, Baker. If you have somebody inherent... Like, I once started with a baron. With 7 dwarves. Because no living barons were left in that faction. Yeah, see Monster Killer. Monster Killer is a perfectly good example. All right, let's just do items first. We're not going to need to bring any of the wood crud. It's just a waste of points. Ooh. This is something I hadn't even thought of. We're starting with a steel anvil. None of the dwarves have found iron yet. At least our faction hasn't. Yeah, kind of off topic. It's fine, Tabiok. I did win a battle against a wasp earlier today. I managed to get it out of my apartment. That's a win in my book. Nothing happened, Baxadier. It was just kind of tedious. But we're attempting something dumb that somebody on YouTube put into my brain, and I want to try it. We're attempting a Millennium Fort. I'm going to attempt to make a fort that lasts for 1,000 years. If things go well, the Steam version will probably be out before we're done. Oh, congrats. I mean, I'm totally fine with wasps existing around my garden. I just don't want them in my apartment, Enrico. Also, it's good to see you. How you been, man? So yeah, that's spooky. The fact that they haven't found iron yet. It's going to be really curious to see what we're actually able to trade. What happens if I just, like, embark and we're on a cobalt settlement? Because how many kobolds do you guys think are alive in this world? Oh, get wrecked, wasp. Wait, was the spider able to take out the wasp? That's pretty badass, actually. Right, Zapdos? Two weeks of holiday? Oh, that's good. Well, enjoy the holidays. All right, well, we'll bring an extra pick. I think I'm just going to bring 3 male cats. I'm not going to bring a female cat. So I don't have to worry about breeding. I think we'll just simply import livestock / tame it rather than bringing it with us. I guess we'll just put the rest into ale, rum, wine. Bring some extra plump helmets spawn. Hope it's not raining all the time. Could bring a couple turkey hens. What do you guys think we should bring, actually? Because we just kind of need, like, a safe, easy start, really. Just a couple turkey hens. 3 turkey hens for some eggs. Something I see beginner players doing a lot is they will prepare for too many things, but in reality, you don't really need that. Bring a couple extra pigtail cloth, just so we don't need to worry about it. Alpacas? I mean, again, do we need that, though? Like, can't we just get away with hunting? Like, I'm pretty certain just having, like, 2 or 3 hunters about will do it. From plump helmets and below, really? Get rid of all of the seeds? I mean, I don't really need rock nuts. I certainly don't need dimple cups. We can get those later. That's fine. I never use sweet pods. I never use cave wheat. I'll take the food. That stuff's fine. I'll take the pigtail stuff. Although, actually, now that you mention it, I'm not going to use wool. I almost never use wool. I generally just import wool. Oh, you throw out the actual plump helmets? Nah, I'm keeping those. I mean, we'll just be able to, like... I mean, it is kind of a lot of points, now that you mention it. Because they are expensive. You're not wrong, they are expensive. Let's drop those down. Get rid of the plump helmets. Bring some extra plump helmets spawn. Bump that up to 20. Let's actually see what we can bring. I'm just curious, like, what do they have? They have silver, copper, bronze, and bismuth. They have not found iron yet. Yeah, that's a cheese tactic. But no, it's a good way to get really good meals really quickly for cheap. Interesting. Bronze picks and bismuth bronze picks. I mean, hold on. Well, then. Interesting. They have cheese, but they don't have milk. Huh. Oh, there you go. Kangaroo's milk. So I could just bring a whole bunch of that. But, I don't know. I'm not too worried. I'm more worried about things like axes. And then I think I'll just put the rest into alcohol. Just a simple, basic-ass embark. We'll be fine. All right. Since we've used up all of our points, we're going with the 7 peasants, because that's generally what I do. Okay, so who wants to be part of the first 7 dwarves to go down in history in a fort that will hopefully, in quotes, last 1,000 years? Tapioca. The next 6 people to type in yes, we'll get them. Maybe not necessarily the word yes, but type in that they're interested. Tapioca is the first one. Zap. Dos. I'm just hoping we don't die to a crocodile on like the 3rd day. Rackster. Stone. Questing hemp farmer. You'll have to call in on that one after, because you are too late, unfortunately. Burger! Alright, so that's our 7. You're down? Well, you'll get it. You can get a dwarf once we are embarked. But currently we are out of names, unfortunately. All right. Let's read these dwarves. Tapioca says, everything's fine. This is fitting. She has the appearance of somebody that is 83 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Her straight hair is dry, and her very long hair is braided. Her close-set cobalt eyes have large irises, and her eyebrows are extremely short. Her small-lobed ears are somewhat short, and her sandy taupe skin is slightly wrinkled. Her nose is somewhat short, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is ecru with a touch of gray. They have any skills? No. We're going to go in with 7 peasants. Because they develop the skills really quickly, so it's fine. I always go in with 7 peasants. She personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She's always tense and jittery, and is confident under pressure. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She can be considered rude, and she lives a fast-paced life. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she does not go out of her way to help others, and she is not inherently curious about the world. She has a greedy streak, and she is very humble. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She exhales sharply when she gets angry, and she whispers when speaking to somebody. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. The second dwarf we're reading is Zapdos. Zapdos, I'm concentrating on something. He has the appearance of somebody that is 60 years old and is born, and he is one of the first of his kind. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven. His cobalt eyes are close-set, and his broad, flattened ears are very short. He is average in size, and he has an angular chin. His ears have small lobes, and his hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. They all are, yeah. Zap. They all are. He personally believes that martial prowess defines good character of an individual, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Is that actually something? Oh, goats for their eating habit. Not goats for their wood. Goats for their eating habit. He likes glumprong wood. Whatever glumprong wood is. I'm actually not sure what glumprong wood is, but this dwarf likes glumprong wood, and he's also agile. He often feels lustful. Well, we need you to make us kids then. And he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He's not inherently proud of his talents, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he's often nervous. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and he talks very quietly when he's angry. Who knew, goats? I like this conversation. Stone's like, that's evil wood. Goats says, what goat? And then Zapdos is like, I like goats. And then Goats for the Win says, so do I. I'm full of surprises. Sorry, that's just way too funny. It's one of those like classic Reddit username checks out. Like guy that just has like username that just says DM me pictures of fried chicken or something, and then posts a picture of fried chicken. He's like, yeah, username checks out. PS Pun. Wave whipped. He has the appearance of somebody that is 84 years old and is one of the first of his kind. Did I miss one of them? No, I missed Ripterus. Oh, it's fine. We'll go back. Do you hide yourself behind an unfeeling mask? Sure you're not talking about 2020? His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids and his very long hair is neatly combed. His slightly flattened, close-set, protruding cobalt eyes have very large irises, and his slightly flattened, small-lobed ears are narrow. His sandy taupe skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is a crew with a touch of gray. He personally sees introspection as the most important and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and dreams of mastering his skill. He never feels discouraged and cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, and he forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He finds no pleasure in his talents and appearance and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He's a friendly individual, and he is quick to anger. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he could be considered rude. He tends to make a small mess of his own possessions and does not often feel lustful. He is trusting, and he can handle stress. He can sometimes act without deliberation, and he has a greedy streak. He often acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. I think we found our doctor. Occasionally overindulges, and begins to talk louder when he is nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Eurypterus is the appearance of somebody that is 57 years old, but is one of the first of her kind. Cobalt eyes that are incredibly close set, a square chin, very long hair, and her nose bridge is concave, and her ears are flattened, and her nose is somewhat short. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and finds introspection to be a waste of time, finds blind honesty foolish and values artwork, dreams of raising a family and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is slow to anger. She often feels lustful, and she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. I love how I read that without even seeing the sentence. I just read she thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. I made it to fairly and then just knew what the rest of the sentence would be. She can easily fall in love, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She does not seek out excitement, and she clicks her tongue occasionally when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. So who here can guess which is the first dwarf to die in a tantrum spiral? Out of these 7. Which one do you guys think is the first one to die? Draxiteer says, art is life. She has the appearance of somebody that is 87 years old. Her cobalt eyes have large irises, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. She has an angular chin, and her small-lobed, flattened ears are somewhat broad. Her sandy taupe skin is wrinkled, and her ears are somewhat short. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew with flecks of gray. You're going to be the breeder for the start here. Feeling lustful, eh? She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and sees war as a useful means to an end, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, values independence, and doesn't really see the point of working hard and dreams of raising a family. She is quite a bold flatterer and extremely friendly, and she is just a little insufferable. She is very slow to anger, and she forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment. She lives a high-energy kinetic pace, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she likes a little excitement now and again. And she is often nervous. She rarely feels discouraged, and she often feels lustful. She becomes very still. Wait, hold on. When she's thinking, she becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. It'll just fall over in the first month. just a little bit insufferable. Who isn't just a little bit insufferable? Let's be honest. I'm just a little bit insufferable, and y'all are watching me, and there's 87 of you, and that's fucking wild. So thanks, everybody, for watching. Although we had 98 people here for a little bit. I was kind of hoping we'd hit the triple digits, but hey. Triple digits. Also, if you want to help the stream out, here's a link that can do that. All right. Stone has the appearance of somebody that is 87 years old and one of the first of her kind. She is very muscular with a broad body. Her hair is clean shaven and her slightly protruding cobalt eyes are close set. Her sandy top skin is wrinkled and her ears have small lobes. Her hair is a crew with flecks of gray. I read what you typed in as chin posts. I was like, chin posts? What? She personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and does not care about family one way or another, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She is very stubborn and she is attentive to detail in her own work. She is a friendly individual and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is curious and eager to learn, and she has little interest in joking around. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. And she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive sentiments, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day of living. Two is the minimum? Yeah. Well, this is year 5, so. And burger! She has the appearance of somebody that is 62 years old. Her hair is straight, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. So large irises, cobalt eyes, and a crew hair is our faction. Her somewhat short ears are extraordinarily broad, and she has an angular chin. Her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally does not respect the law, finds artwork boring, and thinks friendship is important. Okay, little rebel. She personally dreams of mastering a skill. She has a strong tendency towards privacy, and she lacks confidence in her abilities. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, since she values friendship. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is often nervous. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She has an active imagination, and she generally acts impartially, and she's rarely moved to mercy. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is very humble. She occasionally overindulges, and she exhales sharply when she gets angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Who's ready to die of old age, chat? This is probably one of the craziest and it's got 3 copyright claims against 1 VOD for the use of spooky, scary skeletons, like a 6-second clip. Cool. I guess I'll delete that one too. Man, the internet doesn't like fun. It's a 6-second clip. Anyway. Let's go die of old age. All right, and before we die, before day 1, you have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Ani Staduber. There is no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter, quite literally, of dwarven history begins here at this place. Romkoth. Longdeath. Strike the earth. All right, let's see what we got. You're looking forward to this? Gonna be an interesting one. Year 5, my friends. Pretty sparse trees indeed. Looks like we got some sand up top. Neither have I. The youngest I've done is about year 50. So let's just look at the world, right? Kind of take stock of where we're at. So we're kind of like a little tiny mountain in the middle of nowhere. The Fortress of Longdeath. Of the eternal adventure of time. Because we're not self-absorbed dwarves that are expecting to stay in this one place for 1,000 years. Or attempt to stay in this one place for 1,000 years. Better get used to this map, yeah, because we're going to be here for a while. Like, realistically, this is going to take probably a year. If we're consistent about it, this will take about a year. Probably nothing scary, anyway. The reason I say nothing scary, great horned owl and a barn owl, because we are in a pretty calm biome. Tarek? Is that how you say that name? Like Zen League of Legends character? Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Enjoy the stupid skulls on lasers and shit. We just started a 1,000 year fort. Which, if the frame rate stays good, nothing goes horribly wrong, and we're consistent about playing it, it'll probably take a year. I don't know if... Has anybody even completed a 1,000 year fort before? Sure, someone must have. No way in hell nobody's done that before. So I'm seeing some gems. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's limonite. I thought that was gold. It was like 27 weeks if we stay at 100 frames. And never pause. 27 weeks? So here's the question. Let's just let time pass for a few seconds. I want to see if it's raining. And it doesn't crumble? Yeah. Because... the longest documented that you're aware of is Arch Crystal? Yeah. Just trying to think how we can build this. So I've got kind of a neat design idea, which would take me a really long time to do. I don't know how smart it is, which is, what if we were to like dig a pit, but kept the creek there? So kept the creek going and flowing above us in like a underground, what's the word I'm looking for here? In like a natural, what's the word for a, where you lift water up and like push it somewhere. I know that the name of it. A few squares every year. Yeah, well. So I think probably what we should do first is just get ourselves a canal. That's not the word. Hold on. Lifting and aqueduct. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Aqueduct. I mean, canal's right too, technically, but an aqueduct is like a lift. Yeah, I was like, no, not like the mechanism the Panama Canal uses. So here's what we're gonna need in order to survive here for 1,000 years. A lot of projects. It's the first thing. Second thing is we need self-sufficient, and third thing is we need really happy dwarves. So let's see what we've got about. First off, fisher berries. All right, that's alcohol. Fisher berries. We got white mullet. That's more alcohol. Prickleberries, more alcohol. Broad bean. Not sure what you do with those. Split plants. Okay. More white mullet. What kind of trees do we have? Willows. Willow. 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 More willows. Oh, God. No fruit trees? Oh, plums. Plums, pecans. Okay, that's good. Apricots. Excellent. Maple. Yay! Break time. Drizzle. It's evening chill time, finally. Almonds. All right, so we do have some food trees. That's good. Seems like we showed up with a couple, with a yak and a water buffalo, which we'll slaughter. Is any of this gold? It's all limonite. Limonite and mudstone. You can't plant trees in Dwarf Fortress. So not really. There's a lot of gems up here, though. It's kind of surprised we don't have any surface metals. I'm trying to think, where should we start? Just leave the game on pause a little longer and see if any animals show up. Yeah, it's just the great horned owl and the barn owl. What's this? Swarm of flies. All right, who's our expedition leader? Tapioca is the expedition leader. Patreon gives me a much higher cut. But on Twitch, you get, if you just subscribe at the base tier on Twitch, you get ad-free viewing. Which is a big deal, personally. Yeah, why would you ever plant trees? I mean, I've tried to intentionally cultivate trees to grow in certain areas before, El Neso, for orchards. But, I don't know. I don't have the same kind of hatred for trees that a lot of people do. Dream of creating a great work of art. Right, Tapioca dreams of creating a great work of art. Tapioca can be our first stone worker. Zapdos. You also dream of creating a great work of art. You can be our first carpenter. Let's chop down a couple trees. I don't think DLC is a thing that DF will ever do. Oh my gosh. Okay, just the way this cat is following this dwarf, I have this weird feeling this cat's gonna go adopt Zapdos. Fair enough. Dreams of raising a family. Eurypterus, do you work hard? I'm particularly enjoying physical confrontations. Work to square his natural tendency to respect martial powers. Quick to anger, often feels lustful. Right. Eurypterus, we're going to give you mining. The question is, where do we start digging? That's the big question. Or next time you stumble in here. Alrighty. But yeah, no, I personally think that the reason why I think that it's good for people, like if you're only gonna support me in one place, it's just the Twitch subscription is probably the best, just because like it gets you ad-free viewing, which is pretty big. And I think that that's kind of an important thing to keep going with. You recommend the ground? I'm just thinking, this is important, man. When we strike the earth, we're going to be using this as our front door for a while, probably. Like, do I just want to start tunneling, or... I don't know, man. I mean, I could dig into the side of that hill, but it's mostly mudstone. Do I want mudstone? Shit's disgusting, man. That, or we could dig up into the hill. We could go up to, like... I mean, all this is just mudstone, too. What is this? Is this loam, or is this sand? It's yellow sand. Okay, so glass is a thing we could do. Isn't that kind of a cool thought? Great-great-great-great-great-grandfather built this door. The white spot on the north side? You mean this spot right here? Or do you mean this spot? That lemonite wall? Fort out of grass? Be like me when I was a child. Dan? What? Oh, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. We could do that. I could make a real big... Like, we could start building up here, dig out this layer, and make a fort of glass. We could do that. Just your recommendation as the miner. You know, you are the miners, so... I mean, we're going to go down 1 or 2 Z levels. Oh, Jesus. Why is there so much lemonite? How about this? We're going to need to get underground pretty quick, right? Well, actually, it doesn't matter that much. I think my music ended. It just got awkwardly quiet. There we go. And everyone hates you for it? I mean, I kind of hate me for this already. I need a curve. Hmm. Also, this isn't democracy. Yes, but I'm an indecisive god. Raxatir. You dream of raising a family. Well, we're going to need food. So Draxatir, I'm going to give you farming fields and plant gathering. And we're going to start up a gathering fields or a gather plants job and get you to book it around and do all that stuff. And stone. You want to craft a masterwork. We're going to give you stone detailing and mining. Lemonite's so annoying because it looks like gold, acts like gold, it's shaped like gold, colored like gold. But it's good for nothing as far as I know. Oh, never mind. It's the ore of iron. Never mind. That's useful. Handy. For some reason, I thought that limonite was nothing. Seems like I was wrong. Well, we're already doing better than the mountain homes in that case. Yeah, we are actually the first dwarves to discover iron. Although that doesn't really make much sense. Because the other dwarves have steel already, but they don't have iron. That is kind of interesting, though. An interesting thought. Let's just make a carpenter shop. Get a bunch of beds going. So we can get beds inside. I wonder if there's any lovers yet. Another thing that I'm going to do real quick. This is a little cheesy, but I feel like we kind of need to do it right away. Meeting area, location, add temple to no specific deity. The Hatchets of Chensing. Let's call that zone. We're gonna set it to citizens only, and we're going to rename it to the simple abbey. And the simple abbey is going to kind of be our temple that we move around as we need it. It's going to be a place that they can go pray because God, you know they're going to need it. With the first anvil. You do make a logical statement here. I guess I have to agree with it. Also, you know what? Screw this silly design that I'm doing. We'll just do this. We'll just dig out this area. We might need to pave this area eventually, but we're just going to dig out all the ore that's out here, that we know that's out here. All right, so we know that we can pack our beds down here. Your face is bleeding. That's not healthy. You should stop your face from bleeding. I love the fact that we actually haven't dug up any stone yet. Literally just iron ore. Yeah, stop typing with your face. Obviously. Then after that, we're going to do 2 crutches, 2 splints, 2 wheelbarrows, and 2 step ladders. Okay, I don't even have anything to make doors out of yet. Unless I want to make wooden doors, which I don't really want to do. All right, so this will just kind of be our kind of initial down area to where our bedrooms go. They don't need to be super nice or well appointed. Or this is only a temporary construction, as they always say. Or as the streamer always says. Let's go 3 levels down. Sand. Mudstone. Ugh. Please tell me this is not going to be the usual. I don't want just to build a giant Millennium fort out of mudstone. See you later, Scherzel. Like a rude joke, Dwarf Fortress. Maybe we do need to build a fortress out of glass. Just kind of want to dig through the mudstone. Sard. Sard? I don't actually know what sard is. I know what sardines are. Oh, there we go. Layer 10. We break through into nice. Nice. Okay, cool. $1,000 years of mud, right? Oh. Yeah, also, what the heck is sard? There's so many cooler names they could have come up with for this. Like, look at this. That's a cool looking stone. All right. Cool. Okay, so we're going to have 32 dwarves. I mostly just wanted to know where that was going to be. We're going to make this into a dormitory. Luckily for us, it's not raining. So that's a thumbs up right there. We need a bucket to give water, probably to our animals. Oh, really? Any idea what they are? Okay, so You dream of mastering a skill. You like coal. We found our wood burner. Farming. Wood burning. No, we'll also give you butchery and tanning. Because kind of like... Just clear cut those few trees there. Hopefully that doesn't annoy the elves too much. Another thing we have to do is we have to keep close eye on the world. Yo, what's that? I've never seen this before on a world map. Where do they start? They start from down here? Oh, sorry. But like, look at this. They start from here. They go all the way along this mountain range. All the way up to here. And in the early spring of the year 5, a group calling itself the Gem of Funerals reclaimed metal partnered on behalf of the ignited creation. Our group has reclaimed a fortress. This fortress. I've never seen that before. That's really cool. You see, I know what a sardonyx is. Sardonyx. One of the coolest things about playing Dwarf Fortress is learning new things about Dwarf Fortress. All right, so this down here is going to be more of our quarry. So I'm not actually going to settle us down here per se. We're just going to kind of dig out down here. I don't particularly want to collide with the caverns, but I want stone. We need stone somehow. So we're going to begin cutting out ever-growing areas down here. Although, that being said, actually, we might want to dig to the right primarily. Yeah, we're going to want to dig to the right primarily. We're going to dig out little shafts and areas down here. I see what you did there, Stone. Make a little stone stockpile. And say no metal ores, just stone. I think we can use the mudstone blocks as roadways. We're going to use the nice stone blocks for everything else. I do actually have wheelbarrows, like, coming up, but they're not done just yet. Make a wheelbarrow. Yeah, a whole stockpile just for you. And your brothers and sisters and friends. Wait, that's a weird place for that to be. Oh, never mind. Okay. Such a small little pool. Curious if that water is going to freeze in the winter. Then go on a beer run, Sinova. Hey, Sockmud. How's things? All right, let's keep a close eye on their mental state. Annoyed after having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. Burger currently has no jobs, so we're just going to give you wood crafting, stone crafting. Then you won't enjoy your beer? Then I'll enjoy my beer. I don't know. I can't help you then. I'm not here to talk about politics with you, so... Yeah, the necessary existence of an anvil. And it may ring. That's a problem. Wild Tret, thanks for the 12 months. Well, 1 year. Can I get a couple extra crypt beer? The Wild Tret and the 1 year. It's good to have you back, man. Thanks for continuing to hang out with this stream. Cheers. How's it going? We just began a brand new fort. The goal of this fort is to survive here for 1,000 years. We'll see if we can pull that off. That's the goal. That's the goal. Dwarf Fortress has many problems with the chicken and the egg issue. Thanks to low FPS. Get better at managing your frames. I've done about 20 years before, I think. But I almost never have problems with frame rate. Unless I'm doing weird things with water physics, I generally don't have problems with frames. Wasn't somebody else the expedition leader? Huh. Or am I going crazy? Could have sworn Zapdos was the expedition leader. Alright, I must be wrong. Is that about 30 FPS? How many dwarves do you usually have? That's why. A lot of stuff out of blocks. Gotcha. I mean, blocks don't affect your frame rate that much. Once they're constructed, it's just if you have like thousands of blocks sitting on a floor somewhere, That will affect your frame rate. But to me, there's 3 things that I found about Dwarf Fortress. Let's use all your resources before you make more resources. Don't have an excessive amount of anything. Don't let jobs auto-repeat forever. And manage where you put stuff and kill things and get rid of things when you don't need them anymore. A lot of people just kind of infinitely produce stuff forever and just kind of embrace consumerism, which is great, but not great for dwarves, frankly. You're a bit of a make all things and then keep everything guy. Yep, that's going to kill your frame rate every single time without fail. 100%. It's going to kill your frame rate without fail. Okay. Probably just waiting on the rock mugs to be done. Let's also give you architecture. So you have 2 dwarves that'll have architecture. Embarrassed dwelling upon sleeping without a proper room. Angry dwelling upon getting into an argument. That's not good. Who are you getting into an argument with? Oh. You're lovers with tapioca. Sungor is your deity. Deity of the ignited creation. Takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. God, I wish. Verifiably, I fucking wish, man. Yeah, you can't start up world gen again. Although Tarn has talked about wanting that to be a feature. I really hope that that becomes a feature at one point. Or at some point, rather. But yeah, in order to actually make this fort work, we're going to have to be very careful about how we use resources. Very careful. Due to how much the game takes away after the world gen, starting it back up would be a nightmare? I mean, he's said a lot of things would be a nightmare and difficult to do that are also dream features, right? Because they're a nightmare doesn't mean they're not also a feature that he'd like to have in the game, right? Just because it's a nightmare doesn't mean it's not doable. All right, I need like a little stockpile in here. We also need bedrooms. I think I'm going to go automate that. Actually, no, I don't want to automate that. I need to figure out how to do bedrooms in this fort, which is going to be tricky. Guess we don't really need to worry about were creatures, because I'll bet you none of them have been cursed yet. That's nice. Also, I'm open to ideas for layouts and stuff here. Stuff that's doable for small bedrooms. I think something else we'll also have to do is give the dwarves long breaks. We might have the very first werebeast in our fort. If that's happening, that means we're going to be in a very bad situation, and hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. So this is just going to be our quarry, like I said earlier. What I might actually know what I could start doing? So instead of digging like this super boxy thing, let's no, that's not the button I wanted. I want a channel. How it could be done better? What, just the way the diseases spread kind of annoying, or like the way they show up type deal? Or do you mean like the way that they're created? I mean, Tarn said it's very simplistic and basic. Like the whole cursing system is basically just like a system that they put in that was like, okay, this is good enough for now until we get to like the way they actually want the curses to work, so. Hello, random J-Berry. Beware the dwarf with the cough. Yeah. Set him on fire, right? Lock him in the walls. If you hear screaming on a full moon, you know you found your werebeast. Just getting those chairs and tables placed. Then I'm going to make a very small tavern. Just enough for a humble dance floor, you know? The dinner, okay, so we've got the simple abbey, and I need to change the restriction of that to citizens only. And we need a different name. Let's go, you know what, let's just go with the simple tavern. Can I do that? First adjective, simple. There you go, the simple inn. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Well, the simple dinner works, actually. And then we can... Simple dinner. Millennium Fort. Yeah, it's going to take me a year, probably. We'll be here for a while. We did the math earlier, and that's if we keep the fort at 50 frames a second, about 27 weeks. If we're playing a minimum of 6 hours a day, 27 weeks. Hey, Peter. How you doing? I did actually run those earlier. How's your Sunday been? Yeah, math, right? Something like that. And that's if we can keep the frame rate up. Also, to be clear, 27 weeks of playing the game 6 hours a day. So, 6 hours times 7 times 27. Yeah. I did once do a 600-hour RimWorld save. So, and I'm also, like I've said before, I've already got a second fort running, like the community world is running, and I'm not opposed to having other forts running. This already is my full-time job, random. Bayberry. I've been streaming full-time since 2016, so it literally is my full-time job, yeah. And the amount of Dwarf Fortress I stream, yeah, it's my full-time job. So realistically, I could do this. I mean, I stream about 200 hours a month. Give or take right now. And my most I've done like, the most hours I ever streamed in a month was 380. That was a while ago. That was back when I was doing like 2 to 3 24-hour streams a month. It was 2017 I did that. Go do real life stuff, Zapdos. I will not be going anywhere fast. Don't worry about that. Go get the super serious shit sorted. I will be here when you get back. Yeah. There's many reasonable reasons to leave a stream, including like, I need sleep, or work's in the morning, or my child is hungry. Up to, but not limited to. This is our little rock quarry down at the bottom because I don't want to use frickin' mudstone for everything. All right, so let's just put a little food stockpile right here. A little on the big side, actually. A little bit of a gnarly place to start, but, you know. Yeah, we can keep seeds in there for right now. When I'm playing with cars, I try and go fast. The rest of the time, I don't go fast, yeah. I'm stupid as well, Peter, and that's why I'm trying this. I'm looking at this river and going, I have a plan for that. I already have a project idea. And if I do it the way I want to do it, which is out of glass, it's going to take a really long time. Considering... Yeah, I have a really stupid project planned already. What if I... Okay, so what if I dig this whole square down by like 10 Z levels and then redirect the creek in an aqueduct? That's my idea. With power going through it. So, I redirect it this way with an aqueduct. And then build the fort underneath it. And just have a large, like, dugout area underneath that with the fort in it. And this little thing over here is just kind of our construction site. But the interesting thing about this world is it's only 5 years old. Like, there was 59 deaths in World Gen. 59. And I've already seen shit I have never seen before. I pressed N, and there's a blue line. This is marking dwarves reclaiming a fort. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. That is super cool. There's also no necromancers on this world, so it's not going to be anything like normal dwarf fort stuff. This can be our little farming area. Hey, Omnivore. We'll find out. We've already had discussions as to whether or not they can. I've also made a copy of the world, so we know what it looks like at the beginning. Yeah. I mean, mechanically, we'll learn a lot about the current state of the game, even if this fails, right? Like, we were already discussing whether or not it's possible for... what's the word? We already don't know, or I personally don't know if it's possible for dwarves to go make new fortresses outside of Helix's spawning. So we'll find out. There's ways to make it hard for a fort to fail. Welcome back, Squad. There's ways to make it hard for forts to fail. And I'm going to have to cheese a few things. Got to get ahead of some stuff. You're now our furnace operator. You're going to go smelt some more. You're telling a story. I wonder what story you're telling. Be merry. In the early spring of year 5, the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation founded Longdeath. He's already telling stories of our fortress, not like there's many others to tell in this world. I don't know, I think even if this fails horribly, which it might, you know, we might make it to year 150 and die to a frame rate death. Even if that happens, we're going to learn some interesting things about how the game works mechanically, and I think that'll be neat. And that's our seed stockpile. Potato bombs? What's a potato bomb? What are the dwarves doing? Okay. We need to get them proper bedrooms, and we need to Okay, so you know, I think I'm gonna give our dwarves bedrooms down here. 1, 2. It's kind of around this little quarry down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll just kind of put bedrooms down here kind of sporadically as they're needed. As the population cap is 32, and they are making it very clear that they need their own bedrooms. Always one of those things that I kind of underestimate a bit, I guess. But I can totally move those beds down. Won't be a problem. Found more gems. Excellent. Some migrants have arrived. Excellent. Burr the carpenter. Do I need another carpenter? I think actually what we're going to need isn't carpentry. Actually, who wants this dwarf? Who wants to be Burr the carpenter? Who dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, likes microline brass and helioporter, giant gray squirrel leather, and ember. Masked lover, bird bone, and the color rose in clouds and maces and high boots. I've been rained on. I'm quite exasperated. She's a worshipper of Shin, rust amber, the red rocks. Who is your god? Associated with jewels and wealth. Glorious. She does not generally respond to emotional appeals and has a low sense of self-esteem. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. She rarely feels discouraged and is quick to anger. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She is trusting, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. You, our dwarf, is going to be a blacksmith. We're going to have weaponsmithing. But we're also going to give you glassmaking. Welcome to the fort. I really hope that this doesn't just bump us up to 30. That would actually kind of suck. I do just need a farming fields farmer. He has a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He lacks confidence in his abilities, and he often feels discouraged. He often feels lustful. One tile per year and then build a fort around the column? I don't know if it necessarily needs to be phallic. Like, do I have to do both nuts, or can I get away with one nut? You know? He is incredibly skinny. I need another name. Who wants this one? Hey, Infinity. Greb. Am I Greb now? I can live with being Greb. Nah. Infinity can have this dwarf. He is dejected when caught in the rain. He has the appearance of somebody that is 85 years old and is one of the first of his kind. Incredibly skinny with sideburns that are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed and his medium-length beard is braided. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and his close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. He has a low voice and an angular chin, and his sandy top skin is wrinkled. His ears are somewhat short, and his hair is a crew with a touch of gray. More of an obelisk. I mean, I can't construct something and engrave in it, right? But we can certainly talk about something like that. Maybe every 10 years? Maybe not every year. Every year is going to be 1,000 layers, which I couldn't actually do. I mean, you do now. You haven't had much time to die yet, to be fair. He feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and he lacks confidence in his abilities, and he often feels discouraged, often feels lustful, and he tends to ask others with help with difficult decisions. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly and can handle stress. He has a greedy streak and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and often greets others with a hug. He always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. What a lovely dwarf. Like, genuinely, what a lovely dwarf. Kill it? What's wrong with you? I need another name. Anybody else want a name? El Neso? Never mind, he's got to boil potatoes and that takes care of itself. El Neso, would you like a dwarf? Would you like to be in this fort? Green glass. Well, we've got ourselves a glass maker. Don't need you on animal training. Sure, we can leave you on all of those. Those are fine. Gimme. She is dejected when caught in the rain. She has the appearance of somebody that is 67 years old. Born, well, before time, obviously, and she's one of the first of her kind. She has average size and she has a low voice, and her short nose is narrow. And her eyebrows are extremely dense. Her somewhat broad, short ears have small lobes, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and her hair is ecru. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and doesn't respect society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. And she accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, and she is often sad and dejected and doesn't focus on material goods. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she is trusting. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a sense of duty. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is a friendly individual. She is conflicted by this, by her nature, since she would ideally prefer more strife in her life. Likes alcohol. Much more of a normal dwarf in that one. Anybody else want a dwarf? Or I can just quickly give them jobs and name them later. Greedy streak, 8. Battle axes. Ooh. He is grouchy when caught in the rain. Cole says, I've been rained on and that makes me very grouchy. Yep, sounds like a dwarf. Checks out. You are indeed a dwarf. He has long sideburns that are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. He has quite long eyebrows that are incredibly high, and his cobalt eyes are have large irises. And his nose bridge is somewhat concave, and his somewhat broad ears have small lobes. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. A 3x3 column that is gradually carved down and engraved. As the world grows, so the fort would be like a skyscraper carved into the earth. I love the idea, verifiably. And I want to do something like that, but I don't think we could quite do it on the scale that you want me to do it. That's the problem. I don't think I could quite do it on the scale that you want me to do it. Like boxes and bags and crows for their hunting moos. And nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. Wonderful. You like nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. I think that's it. All right, so we're up to 11 dwarves. Who says we're kink shaming? I like horror movies too. All right, so we're up to 11. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, who's kink shaming? No one's kink shaming. All right, so what are we generally doing? What a bunch of woodworkers. It's like this is one of those, if they have no job, then I want them to be socializing or something. Okay, so we got a Plump Helmets farm up and running. And then we're going to make another little farm plot, like half the size, right next to it, and that's just going to be for pigtails. That's just going to be for pigtails. You'd like to incorporate into forts to have its history engraved somewhere? The problem is, if I were to do like a layer a year or something, then like maybe a tile a year, but like I don't... I would like to do some sort of big hall of the fortress, you know, like some sort of big area. It doesn't necessarily need to be a column or a tower. Like it could even be like we dig out like a 4Z level tall room down here or something in this stone and then start working on it that way. Like we could totally do something like that. And I want to do something like that. Whoops, that's ash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting this oral worked on. I think like building a big old museum with like a statue every year would be easier. And then like dedicating the statue to the expedition leader every year, maybe? Or whoever's in charge. You know what I mean? I think that could work. In fact, why don't we get started? Actually, should I make it out of stone or should I make it out of iron? Because we have iron already. It's not hard to make a metalsmith's forge. Maybe just out of the most valuable material we have at the time. Yeah, that could work. That could work. Details. Historical figure. It would be Tapioca. Because Tapioca is the... Yeah, Tapioca's the expedition leader. So it's dedicated to Tapioca. And there we go. Eesh. Already having problems with dwarves being exasperated, being caught in the rain. We need to compensate with it for other things. One layer, then those surfaces could be a layer. So it would still be tall. No, it would definitely still be tall, yeah. See here, I thought you were saying like one layer per year. I mean, it would still be end up being like 100 tall. I don't know, I think like it would probably be better for frame rate if I make it flat. Because then there's less chance that we're penetrating through lakes and shit, and that's the stuff that hurts your frames. Is when you start smashing through lakes and those kinds of things. That's when you start having frame rate issues. Because I don't really want to be punching through various not aquifers, but underground lakes, cavern layers and stuff. Because that's nerve-wracking. But I could totally put the dwarves to work working on a 2Z level tall museum. No problem. And then like pump lava into there later or something. My shoulder's itchy. Unpleasant. Let's see if anything's happened on the overworld since. Yeah, no, it's still just the news of that one. And I think instead of buying stuff from traders, I think we should focus on just gifting them things. Okay, so we do already have this statue made. Well, yeah, sure, but I'm mostly just worried about frame rates. Like that first and foremost is my primary concern right now, right? It's just frame rate. Frame rate above all else, the frames. Like that is my biggest concern. So we'll simply make a statue of whatever the most out of whatever the most valuable material we have at the time and put it into a mausoleum. The question is, where are we going to put the mausoleum? And we're going to need a lot of frames to get through 1,000 years, dude. Like, honestly, most of this stuff really isn't a concern for me. The thing that's a concern is, like, the number of dead. Like, the overall slow pileup. Like, moods and stuff I can deal with. but it's the overall survival of the square's frame rate. That's scary. Well, this can be Tapioca's bed. Canceled it because they ran out of coal. That's fine. Also, iron. Chest. Like an iron chest. Although that's going to immediately cancel because they make up a sacred number and put it that many levels down. I don't know if I want it to be that far down. Might just go down into the nice that I've been working on. Although, how about this? How about we just slowly start digging out, like... I mean, it won't be crazy right now, but we start working on, like, a giant... Like, it'll start with just kind of a little short room, right? Smoothed and neatly cleaned out. But we just start building rooms off of it. Has anybody here played the game What Remains of Edith Finch? Because in that game, there's a house, right? And in the house, instead of doing what a normal family would do when a loved one passes away, which is, you know, clean their stuff out and make the space available for somebody else in the future, what they did was they sealed the room off and left everything as it was. And then when new family members come into the family, they build another room onto the house. You could do that, but in an underground, like, labyrinth. So we're going to build, like, one room for the first expedition leader. And then when that expedition leader dies or whatever, or we get a new one, or a mayor, we add another room. And so it's just going to, like, kind of slowly take up layer 11 down here. So the first one could be like that. Something simple to kind of represent where the fort is at currently. We'll put the statue in there and put a door on it. And then when somebody else comes out, we build another door or another room off of this. And then another room. And then another room. Then another room. Just add on to it. Could grow it in a spiral. I mean, smeared out in a spiral. But yes, it could slowly get bigger. But yeah, no, I love What Remains of Edith Finch. It's one of my favorite games ever made, just period. It's like, it's funny. I surprise some people because I'm just like the guy that plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress, and I like big, endless sandboxes, but at the same time, like, my second favorite genre of games are, like, super artsy, short, like, story games. You're telling a story, Cole. You're socializing. I've never actually read the description of socializing. This organizational activity will branch into specific social events. It's a very Dwarf Fortressy thing to say. All right, let's go down to furniture again. Iron. An iron chest. Or what you always go back to as your favorites? Totally. Totally. I mean, Inside is another one of my favorite games. Like, you're talking to somebody who has Portal tattoos. Like, I love Portal. Portal is a very important game to me. Not even because of, like, the context and story of the actual game itself so much, but more about just when I played it. Like, it's just an important game to me as a person. You haven't launched that one yet? Oh my god. I actually just rebeat it. Whole VOD's up on the YouTube channel. So now I can go into locations and go to the simple dinner. Go with goblets and just say 30. That'll be more than enough goblets. They just need to actually put the goblets away. For Midsummer, I'm really curious about how many years or how long until the first, like, bad, I guess, event happens. You have a few too many games. You may have had a humble addiction and a little when you were in high school. I feel like everybody who's had a Steam game for upwards of 10 years probably has too many games. Like, I've got like 600 something games in there and I haven't launched half of them, you know? And it's even worse now that, like, I do this for a living and, like, I'm very careful about what games I accept now. But for a really long time there, I really wasn't. Whoa, what's that? What stone is that? Oh, it's diorite. We hit diorite. Found another type of stone. It begins. A Wolverine is fighting. With what? My dwarves, apparently. Well, we found the first asshole creature on the map. Cole was fighting with a Wolverine. The Wolverine scratched him. But the woodworker punched the Wolverine in the head with his right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the skull. The Wolverine got knocked unconscious. Congratulations. Force bends the neck, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. An artery was opened by the attack. And a tendon in the upper spine has been torn. I have a feeling that Wolverine is going to have a hard time Wolverining. It is... Oh, it's dead. Can I get a round of applause to our friend Cole for the first casualty? All right, so we're going to need... one of these. That Wolverine is dead. That Wolverine has a lot of problems. Being alive is one of them. So there's a dead Wolverine there now. Is it a mangled dead Wolverine? Potentially? Your potatoes are done. Ooh. You just Googled Millennium Fort. I'm going to survive for 1,000 years. It is a Millennium Fort. or build a fort and keep it running for 1,000 years in-game. That's what I'm doing. What did you land on out of curiosity? Yep. As long as I have a single dwarf in the fort lives on. We've started a new world called the Infinite Continent, which is like an oddly fitting name. We're on a little mountain called the Bent Axe, the fortress of Longdeath. That's the goal. Build a fort and make it last for 1,000 years. Only more doors. So just without the super fast FPS? Well, hopefully, I mean, if everything goes according to plan, we shouldn't have any problems with FPS. Ideally. I mean, we probably will have some problems with FPS. But ideally, we won't. If I do things right. But I've already seen things that I've never seen before. I've seen a mountain home sending out a blue line to go and reclaim a fortress, which I've never seen before. So we've already got neat stuff happening. There's no necromancers in the world. We'll see if necromancer towers spawn naturally. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to learn a lot about the game mechanically. The math that we've done indicates it'll take about 27 weeks if I play on average 6 hours a day. Which I'm not going to do. I'll probably take breaks, also considering I'm pausing. But I won't do what I normally do with forts, which is, I'm bored. What year is this fort in? Year 5. 11th of Galena. Year 5, late summer. The idea you found mentioned unlocking the FPS to bring it into the thousands to make it more realistic. I mean, anything is feasible if you're stupid. And I'm stupid, so... As a proud owner of StupidSkull.com, I think that I can try and do it. It's not one of those, oh, it's impossible things. It's a... Like, have you ever tried to run Arch Crystal? Arch Crystal runs just fine. Weirdly enough. Like, it has good frames. The problem that a lot of people face is they have too many dwarves and they don't keep hold of their construction, right? Like, I have a specific amount of resources right now, and I'm kind of like looking at it in the, all right, I have to use all of my resources before I make more. As long as you don't waste anything and just leave stuff lying around and do a good job of dealing with trash and don't overproduce crafts. That too. The game also breaks if you go over 100 frames a second. The game's designed to run at 60. Well, under 60 rather. So if you like uncap the frame rate, you're gonna do some dumb stuff. I don't care about this being feasible. You know, it's kind of funny. Like, one of my stream team members did a joke challenge thing where she wanted 100 Thrombo pets in RimWorld, which mathematically is possible, but practically not really. She managed to pull it off. It took her like 6 months, but she did it. And that's kind of how I see this. Like, is it possible? Yes. Has anybody done it? Is it logical? No. But I'm not a normal person. I'm guy who plays video games on the internet for a living. I see idea to do something neat that maybe people haven't done before, and it might be fun to watch, it might not be, and I did the worst case scenario, we just die at year 980. Best case scenario, we complete it. All right. You know what? I might just let the dwarves listen to and tell stories for a little bit. Because that's something we're going to actually have to do. Is let them socialize and hang out and chill and eat food and relax. Because unfortunately, or fortunately for us, it's a way for them to get a break. Let's also make that into a dining room. Looks like they're only upset about being caught in the rain. Just par for the course, frankly. Pleasure near a fine door. Good, good, good. Exasperated. Wander. And communing with your god. Well, we're also going to get to know these dwarves really well. And something that I've never gotten the opportunity really to do is see multiple generations in one fort. I've never actually seen that before, so that'll be interesting. What are you telling the story of? In the early spring of year 5, the dwarf Aripterist helped pages became a member of the eternal adventure of time. But yeah, no, this is Dwarf Fortress. Anything's feasible. Not anything is logical. But it's going to be a lot of micromanaging. Hey, Fusky, it's been a minute. How's things? And that's cool. So everybody's got their own bedroom now. So we shouldn't see anybody sleeping in the beds up there. Actually, you know, I might just get rid of these. Move them underground. Imagine being like in bed, ready for sleep, and trying to sleep, and then someone just unbuilds your bed from underneath you while you're sleeping. That's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Our dwarf abuse? You know, there are people who are like, those 7x7 bedrooms are rude to your dwarves. Why would you give them such big, opulent bedrooms? And then there are people who are like, man, those 2x2, those are horrible. And then I give them 2x2 bedrooms, and they're like, this bedroom is wonderful. So I don't know. I'm drawing a lot, but you're also going to an art school? Well, that's good. I remember you saying that you were going to art school. 7x7 is the way to go. Like I said, though, this whole fortress that we're building right now is temporary. These are the founders. These aren't, these dwarves are accepting that they're going to be living in a relatively modest state. But I think that that's acceptable, you know? Bet you it's been a weird year for school, though, Fusky. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. You only do 1x8? Wait, really? You do long bedrooms? It's like Japanese micro apartments. Let's make 2 wooden nest boxes. Not exactly terrible, it's just weird. That's just funny that you think it's dwarf abuse. Although, like, you would have loved a lot of the other forts I make where I make huge bedrooms. Okay. Let's go down to about here. Give them a nice, large zone. Oh, can't quite go big enough. Gather / pick fruit. Gather plants and pick fruit. As well as right there. Gather plants and pick fruit. Good morning, Crow. How are you? We've begun a new fort. And this is one that you're going to have to get used to because we're going to be here for a little bit. My guesstimate's probably 6 months to a year. I have a weird feeling that the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress will be out before this fort's done. Okay, we're gonna slaughter those 2. You went digital? How's digital been? We got those hides getting tanned. I wonder, do I have anybody who could be a bookkeeper? I don't really need a manager, but I wouldn't mind a bookkeeper. Any volunteers to be my bookkeeper, chat? It's just a side job. You'll get to do other jobs around it. Does anybody want their dwarf to be the bookkeeper, basically? Oh, hey, Optics. How are you doing? Cole? There you go, Cole. Hey, Chris. Basically, you're the dwarf that gives me an actual inventory of the items that I have in the fort. So now I can actually use this screen. Like, we have 30 iron bars now. 30. Which means... realistically... for a split second there, I thought that was 30 bits. And I was like, that's weird. Why isn't it animated? Just the way it looked, Zapdos. Threw me off. Good to hear, Optics. what do I have for leather? 3 tanned hides. How many tanned hides does it take to make a bag? Should make a leather workers. The dwarves that aren't working should just be meditating. There's part of me that wants to just start making like blocks and stuff, but I don't know what I'd actually do with said blocks. But I do need to clear out some of this. I mean, you're just working on doors right now, which is fine. Could win Zapdos and Optics. Early autumn year 5. It's almost 1 year down. 999 to go. What have I signed up for? Although we've made an oddly like kind of little happy little fort so far. Okay, I need to change something because the outpost liaison has arrived. And so have the traders. Don't really have anything to trade to them yet. So here's our diplomat. I'm really curious to see if they bring us any news and happenings in the world. Because currently the only one that we have... Currently the only one that we have is that first little bit of news. My name is Mistum Edo Kaden. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. We shall discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. I guess not much in the way of news. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, we're not going to find silk anytime soon. We don't really have livestock, so we'll ask for cheese. Probably it. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. A tech tree sort of thing, so you don't have everything unlocked straight from the start. I don't know if I like that. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your Grand Craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. They want prepared meals, thread, rock toys, rings, tools, instruments, splints, seeds, armor, and fish. Look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. All right, so what shall we bring to them? I'm going to give them the gift of... Actually, you know what? I'm not actually going to trade anything with them. The heck is anvils in here? Other objects? Iron. Forge an iron anvil. I'm going to forge 2 iron anvils, and I'm going to gift it to them. Because they don't have iron yet. I mean, I get it, verifiably. I'm waiting for the moment where he figures out. Cole, you're a competent persuader, competent negotiator, adequate judge of intent, competent liar, and a skilled intimidator, conversationalist comedian, competent flatterer, counselor, and pacifier. All right, we're going to request a trader at the depot. Here he comes. He's the pink dwarf. Sinfield, you made it to a year. Welcome back. Good to have you. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Well, that's summer. Towards the end of the summer every year, I always get a lot of, man, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. But I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive with Prime for a full year. Because you did realize when you'd already sent it and you'd sent wait seriously, and I responded with, oh, well, I get the bamboozling. It's just funny seeing someone get bamboozled, that's all. I'm a floating head in a black void. It's cozy back here. Such a good soundtrack. It's the rain that's worrying me. Give these dwarves doors. I don't know what Good Time Dragon is. Never heard of it, but okay. Sometimes you just get bamboozled and you never saw the bamboozling coming. In fact, I would argue that's some of the best bamboozling that's ever happened. Are the ones you don't see coming. Also, I can't talk about being bamboozled without thinking about Bamboozler. Right, so I need a dwarf that's assigned on mechanics. Simplex, we'll take you off of stoneworking. We're going to give you mechanics. You activated my trap card. Awkward. Oh, crap. I got bamboozled punishment, you mean? The awkward. Whoops. I think I messed up. And I will put my turkeys there. We shall have eggs. From all the turkeys. Gobble, gobble. I will need to, well, actually, rather, I'm going to dig out. This area. This is going to be my area for sand collection. So we can begin working. So that we can begin working on our glass. So I need to figure out something to do with all this pesky dumb wood that I have. I guess I could pave the inside of this area. Make it look a little nicer. I could Atom Smash it. I could start paving a road. I'm also going to need a stockpile soonish, because I do need to get a lot of stuff underground. Although luckily all of our food's already inside, so. Yeah. The question is, what do I pave? I'm thinking about kind of making a road that goes across the map. That could be kind of like our first little goal, is just make like a little set of wooden roads. Even though they're not actually practical, I'm aware of that, but some migrants have arrived. Let's see how many we get. Ooh, you're actually a glassmaker. Talented glassmaker. Good stuff. You got some side jobs. Butcher. Stoneworker and our first child. How old are you? Are you younger than the world? Oh, 8 years old. You are also older than the world. All right, we're up to 18 dwarves. Trying to think like what tasks I can give them. Like, do I need a cheese maker? But like, get you on plant gathering. I do need a brewer. Like, I don't need a beekeeper. How about I put you on brewing? I'm also going to need a leatherworks. Yeah, no, exactly. Even the children are first of their kind. Let's make a couple rock blocks. Not entirely sure what I'm going to use them for just yet. Let's continue eating through some more of that wood. It's certainly been interesting so far playing on such a young world. Also, they did give me the statement that the world is same as ever, but it might also just be worth looking anyway, because maybe it's not. Yep, still seems to be same as ever. I'm wondering, because it is spring now, and it's enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the somethings get hungry. I wonder if dwarves only send out expeditions to build new forts in the spring of their own accord. I wonder. We'll have to check next year. Plants are blooming. Cloudberries. Also, there's a lot of people watching the stream today for me on a normal... Like, we haven't had any crazy raids or anything today. So, to those of you who are lurking, can I just get a big old round of beers? I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who's hanging out today. It's going to be an interesting couple of months for the stream with this fort, I think. We'll see what we can do. Hopefully, it's something interesting. If you don't know how to do that, just type in the word beer. Or the beers emoji. Or my beer emote, if you happen to have it. But thank you to everybody who's tuning in, especially those of you who are here for the first time. A lot of new names in the chat today, too. A lot of, like, quiet followers, and I see those. Merchants have embarked. Be safe there, merchants. All right. Don't whine at me like that, Anander. Also, how you doing today, Anander? So, like, what if the first Dwarven caravan just gets bugged and I start a civil war with myself? There it goes. Whew. They had me worried for a second there. All right, so I got to go to the kitchen screen. Don't brew pigtails. And don't cook plump helmets, please and thank you. Sneak a farmer's workshop back there. Well, that cleared up a lot of the wood. All right, so to one of those new dwarves, Liemaker. You'd like green jade and giant cassowary leather. Crossbows and bucklers and buckets. I think this dwarf is going to be our leather worker. Yep. Pigtails do make dwarven ale, but I want pigtails for other uses. And that's what I want them for, his dwarven clothes. Make a bunch of bags because I'm going to need to collect sand. He'd gotten a botanist told him, you got bamboo? Zold. Ha! I'm upset. I just read that.
Cheese for everyone!
Hey, how we doing? It's good to see you. Sorry, I was responding to a comment on Reddit. What's up, Kibbs? It's good to see you. It's getting a little dark in here, I think. You want dwarven cheese? You want pig cheese? Or is that the purring maggot cheese stuff? I actually can't remember. We almost have enough farmers for a...
Cheese for everyone!
That's not where I was going with that. You forgot about the cheese command? How do you forget about the cheese command? You forgot about the best command? Well, you're telling a story. What's the story? In the year 5, the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation founded Longdeath. What's the name of this fort? Longdeath.
Cheese for everyone!
Not called Cheese for Everyone. It's called Longdeath Cooler. Although I do appreciate the attempt. I like this person's comment on Reddit. How do you even play for that long in one fort? It would take years, no? I'm like, we'll figure that out. I mean, we're almost done year 1. As long as we keep the population down. Yes, that's the idea. If you put jazz in the freezer, you'd get some pretty cool music. Hey, that one made me upset once I read it out loud. Whoa! Whoa! Our outpost liaison's a general! That's a really high-ranked outpost liaison! Jesus, I was like, why is this bloke flickering? Also, because there, you know, I just realized something. Because there's no... Because there's no villains in the world yet, I can just open my fort up to visitors, right? Like, in theory? We shouldn't have any problems with thieves, right? Because we're on year 5. There's 57 deaths in this world. Shrug? Might as well do it. See what kind of visitors we get this early on. I mean, why not, right? Yeah, exactly. There's literally 3 artifacts in the world, and they're all demonic slabs. So if you're gonna try and steal an artifact, good luck. Also, I do have some unnamed dwarves in this fort, so if you would like a name, give me a shout, eh? All right, Dwarfia, do you have any preference? We have a glass maker, a couple of farmers' dwarves that are getting re-jobbed. Or a child. You'd like the glass maker? All right. You have a few passing acquaintances in the fort. Within the last season, you were exhilarated after getting into an argument and was interested after watching a performance, and also you felt euphoric due to inebriation, was excited while performing, and felt satisfied at work. It's a citizen of the ignited creation and a member of the eternal adventure of time, and arrived at Rome Crush in the 8th of Sandstone in the year 5. No, because I'm not going to have any fisher dwarves in this fort. Fishing is illegal! After the last fort. Who doesn't like ducks for their quacks? I mean, I love ducks for their quacks. Will they be banished? No. Be retrained into proper dwarven jobs. Gibbs is broad and fat, and his hair is incredibly straight. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is braided. His nose bridge is incredibly concave, and his close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. His quite long eyebrows are high. So they all have very large cobalt eyes with very large irises. The real important question here is, the important question is, are they all chibis?
Cheese for everyone!
They're all chibis. Likes yellow diamond, pine wood, and reacher leather. The color mint green and gems, and low boots and ducks. Personally sees the denial of impulses. Somewhat foolish and vain. And values sacrifice. Values cunning. And does not care about fairness. Prefers to present himself modestly. And frowns on any flashy accoutrements. And he is stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort, and he seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He feels discouraged, but he is very humble, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He can handle stress, and he isn't particularly ambitious. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort, Kibbs. Why not? Tingly. Tingly. Tingly is a very dwarfy name. I wonder what we're drinking. What kind of early drinks they've made. Barley wine, white mullet beer, dwarven ale, plum wine, and dwarven wine. Also really curious to see if we get any visitors. Although Mistum the General appears to be hanging out in the fortress. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the ascension of Izum, wild cloistered, to the position of king of the ignited creation in the mid-autumn of year 5 at the simple dinner. And I find this somewhat admirable. Here's another interesting thing that we're going to see in this world that I've never seen in Dwarf Fortress before. Normally we start a world that's like 100,000 deaths, 47,000 monsters, 70,000 artifacts, millions of casualties, mass hysteria. Because this is such a small population world and such a new world, we might actually learn the story of the world through these little tales that they're telling us. That might actually happen. Anandar, it's time for you to have a dwarf, I think. He feels blissful in a great dining room. He is exasperated when caught in the rain. Within the last season, he felt satisfied at work. And he felt euphoric due to inebriation. And he was interested near a fine bed. And he felt satisfied at work. We can read a little more about you. I feel like that's kind of a... You're a brewer. Personally finds romance distasteful. Values family. And sees war as a useful means to an end, but dreams of mastering a skill. He is quite bold. He's quite a bold flatterer and extremely friendly. And he is just a little insufferable. just a little bit insufferable. A crew hair and cobalt eyes, as is common for our dwarves. He's curious and eager to learn, and he tends to think before acting. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear different or unusual from himself, and it does not focus on material goods. He becomes very rigid when he's angry, and he mutters under his breath when he's angry. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. You're a brewer. You appear to be a reformed fish cleaner. But yeah, no, I genuinely feel like it's a very real possibility that this fortress will still be going when the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress comes out. Like, that's not even a joke. That's just like, that's a very real possibility. Kind of construct this thing here. And make it out of nice blocks. We wouldn't want to make it out of bad blocks, after all. Verifiably humans' humor right now is so big brain, I can't even handle it. Like, I keep reading things that verifiably says and then not comprehending it for a couple seconds. And then getting it and going, oh, and then feeling stupid. Welcome back. I mean, I get it, but like, it's one of those like, what? Why did I just put so much brain into figuring out something so stupid, you know? It's like you're making my brain work overtime. I already have to play Dwarf Fortress, read, chat, breathe, and focus on not forgetting to, I don't know, speak all at the same time. Right? Shadow like this is some intellectual shit. This is like the Bad Religion lyrics of dad jokes. Wait, I guess Bad Religion kind of is just a dad band, but... Trying to think of what we should make out of glass. Kind of think about just making windows. I don't know how much sand I have, so... Jokes are best when they're not as funny. Jokes are best when they have delivery behind them, right? And delivery can make or break a joke. Squawk. Ducks don't squawk, though. All right, guys. So it's either fall and stuff's falling from the... and plum leaves are falling from the trees, or it's raining blood. I don't know. It's up to you to decide. Up to you to decide. Should really start making green glass furniture is what we should make. But we're already collecting sand. I don't know. I think your first mistake was when you started scrolling up Facebook, Gibbs. Yeah, bad doctors are called a quack sometimes. I feel like I kind of had a quack when I was in the hospital. But, you know, it's fine. That blood. What? Wolverine blood. Right. We did beat a Wolverine to death earlier, didn't we? So it appears to be raining a lot. Yeah, we kind of did do that. It's one hell of a way to start off a fort, that's for sure. Kind of want to just let the dwarves be inside. I'm wondering if it's going to rain in the winter. Or if it's going to snow, rather. Our cultivated Facebook gardens, so you usually only get the best memes of Star Trek, SpongeBob. Oh, there you go. The creek just froze. That answers my first question. So it's cold. Don't be sorry. It was a funny joke, verifiably. It's what you call a head scratcher. You guys think it's going to snow? Like when we hit midwinter? We're only in early winter right now. Like there's snow all the way around us. There's a lot of snow up here in the mountains. Not much down close to us yet. How about news? I'm gonna have to put those doors back on because I just pulled them off their hinges, but I'm so curious about if we're gonna get snow. I haven't had snow in a fort for a while, so. So we're just temperate. With the water thing, that's weird. It's snowing! Look at that. Kiri would be happy. Now the dwarves can make snowmen, if that was a thing they could do. Right? Infinity? It's even piling on top of the trees. Not very much snow, though. We can still see the, yeah, it's just a light dusting of snow. Like, if you actually get heavy snow, to those of you who've never seen heavy snow in Dwarf Fortress, you know how the water looks where it's like 2 tildes? You'll actually get, like, white tildes covering everything. It's actually kind of hard to look at because it's so bright, but... You know nothing, Jon Snow. Sorry, it's just a natural reaction when I see that. I think I'm just going to kind of let the jobs run out and let the dwarves socialize. It is winter, after all. See if they dance or anything. I don't think they actually have enough space to dance. You know, I'm going to quickly do this. And going to place an activity zone, meeting simple dinner. I've just made the simple dinner, which is our tavern zone, bigger so that they have more space. And maybe they'll dance? Maybe? God, they're so bad. They're so bad. They're so fucking bad. Like, fuck. Stupid hyperscape emotes. If I set them up as... No, making them blocked phrases would be bad. Now there's actually enough space for them to dance. Let's see if they'll dance. I don't know if it makes me want to barf. I don't think it's that bad, but... I wish I could. There's got to be, like, a way... Hex go burr. Hex gonna give it to you. That's all I can say. I don't know what Hex is, but... We had a discussion about how the worst memes are memes made by corporate boardrooms. Another snowstorm has come. They're dancing. Looks like a line dance. But anybody who hasn't seen this before, Dwarf Fortress generates types of dances. And a full description on how to do the dance. The Fuchsia Velvet is a social group dance originating in the Ignited creation. The form guides the dancers during an improvised performance, and the dance is accompanied by any composition of the Satin of rhyming, which is a musical form. Let's try to learn the dance so we can be like a bunch of weebs trying to learn like the anime intro dances. The dance begins with the first theme of the music. The section is punctuated by sensual, factual expressions performed in succession by the group members and the passionate raised right arms. Okay, and passionate raised right arms. The dance enters a new section. So like they just kind of like do the dancing thing with a hand raised? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Talk. I mean, it's not as ridiculous as Caves of Cuds books, but we'll have books like that eventually. I know Tarnis said he wants to do stuff like what Caves of Cud does with books. Imagine when you could read like 2 paragraphs of word vomit written by a dwarf procedurally. Like I've said many times, there are very few games in the world where if someone were to tell me those are sentient, give it a couple more years, and I'm beginning to start to believe that these dwarves may be sentient. Like, if you give something enough decisions and choices to be made, at what point does it become sentient? We'll just I'm not going to give them many tasks until the snow goes away. So I don't particularly want them working outside. Put a bunch of process plants jobs on and just see what they do. Also, I asked this earlier, what's a potato bomb? Because I don't know. I've never heard of a potato bomb before. Now they're escaping for real. Oh, God. Now they'd escape into the internet. So it looks like a line dance. And then we can like look at the music that they're performing. I think. Oh yeah, there it is. So the bottom, this big paragraph here, from here down is the music. So the top half is the dance and the bottom half is the music. The satin of rhyming is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the ignited creation. The rules of the form are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music, which can be performed. A singer recites the nonsensical words and sounds. A singer recites nonsensical words and sounds while the music is played on a Keurig. I'm getting some really funny, like, mental images of somebody making coffee at a Keurig while someone's like blah, 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 blah behind them. And 1 to 6 Eular. The musical voices bring melody and counterpoint and rhythm. The Eular, the Lalar, and the musical voices bring melody and counterpoint to the rhythm. And the entire performance at a walking pace. Okay. A counterpoint melody has long spanning phrases throughout the form. The music is broadly layered with chords spinning the range and is performed with it is performed without performance for a scale in free rhythm. I don't understand what that means. Throughout, when possible, composers and performers are to use mordents and alternate tension and repose. I mean, we do have a musical instrument in this world called a Keurig, so... See? My bedrooms aren't dwarf abused. They feel blissful remembering sleeping in very good bedrooms. See? They're happy. Where are you going? Are you going to go gather plants? What are you gathering? Hydroot. Don't know what a hydroot is. I mean, I know what a photo bomb is. Don't know what a potato bomb is. And it's just random. So it's quite literally... So it's random improvised music, essentially. 9 months. Exotic wiener. Quality name. I mean, I started, quite literally, when the post was made. Well, I didn't start the stream. I was working on another fort, but we ended it. The whole point of this fort is to build longevity, right? And just keep things going and keep everybody happy and not get attacked. So it's going to be calming. But we're running at like 50-something frames-ish, so we should be fine. I've been pausing a lot, though. We're midwinter of the first year. And we're making a statue of every expedition leader / important dwarf we have. I kind of want to make a statue to this one, because this is interesting. Our outpost liaison is a general? I've never seen a dwarf that's a general before. I kind of want to make a statue of this general. What do you guys think? Should we make a statue for this general? I have enough iron. More than enough. Maybe we find something interesting. Actually, what's this guy's name? Be helpful if I knew his name. Endokiden. This one. Snow Crash? No, but I know the name. Random babbling is actually important to the plot. General is generic and all-encompassing. I mean, they are the general person. All right, let's dig out a room for it. So what we have is we're basically, whenever we see somebody important in or around the fort, I'm going to make a statue of them and then add a room onto this area down here and just slowly fill the entire area up with these little rooms. I mean, I'd much rather have creative wordplay than someone spamming Keck W and thinking they're funny. Wordplay is great humor. Something that's fascinating about this fort is when we embarked, my civ didn't even have iron. Like, we had nothing. Which is interesting. That's how there was only 50-something dead things. Notable deaths. Famous people, art. Not museum. Museum's way too friendly sounding. Labyrinth. How's that? How do you upvote a Twitch comment? You can't. Point a little arrow up or Jabatum. +1. This poor dwarf. Who's hauling it? Oh, hey, Tapioca's placing the statue. That's oddly fitting. Should also get all these beds placed. Need some more doors. Not actually that many dwarves are without beds. Just Anandar and a few others. Sorry, Anandar. We'll get you bedded. If they die in the fortress, we could do something like that. But they have to die in the fortress, right? Maybe just for the expedition leaders. Also, we need to look at what this statue's of. So this is the one of Tapioca, our expedition leader. A well-crafted iron statue of Tapioca. On the item is a well-designed image of Tapioca, the dwarf, in iron by Dan. Tapioca is admiring the asparagus. It's Tapioca and an asparagus, and Tapioca is admiring the asparagus. He must like asparagus. How good of a computer do you need? Depends on how big of a fort you want to run. I think a lot of the jokes about how Dwarf Fortress needs a supercomputer to run well are kind of unfounded. Dwarf Fortress will run on literally any PC. I know people who run it on Pentium 2 PCs. Like single-core processors. You can run this game. It's a matter of how well do you want to run it. I really like asparagus in general. A superior quality iron statue of Mistum, attic paddles. The item is a superiorly designed image of Mistum attic paddles by the dwarf. the dwarf and dwarves in iron by Dan. Attic Paddles is surrounded by the dwarves, and the artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Mistum Attic Paddles to the position of outpost liaison of the ignited creation in year 1. So what do you think so far, Exotic Wiener? Also, how long did it take you to come up with that name? Genuine question. Because that is a brilliant username. If I can't keep a straight face while reading a username, it's a good username. That's too fucking funny. And if you need any help with anything, I have a Discord. !Discord in the chat, or click on the square beneath, or use the join code blind. And we have a room called DF Talk, where we literally just sit there and talk about DF. So if you need help with anything, there's always someone that can assist you with something if you're stuck. We have a guest. Senna Shebismust. A human bard. I mean, who doesn't want? It's a town management sim, but it's also Mavis Beacon teaches typing 2 hard mode. And on streams and vid, and you're kind of scared of playing it. I think for a lot of people, it's not actually playing Dwarf Fortress that's hard. It's getting past the initial, the fuck am I looking at, and how do I control it curve. Once you kind of get over that hump, it's just kind of it's just kind of a matter of going, okay, what can I do from here? Okay, what can I do next? What do I need to do next? What can I do next? Yeah, that too. It's 100% free. Just download it and play it. It's 100% free until you give Tarn Adams $4 a month on Patreon. And then you realize that, oh, damn, I've paid more than a $60 game. And you're also giving Krug Smash $3 a month on Patreon. But I know quite a few people that have thrown a lot of money at this game over the years. Lazy Noob Pack and a decent tile set helped you a lot getting into the game. Yep. You know, honestly, I think personally, Grocknar, YouTube videos are helpful to an extent, but I think just like asking somebody a question and getting them to show you the answer is way faster. Like just streams, like just pop into someone's stream and just be like, hey, how do this? And most people just show you. Did they go dancing again? Please don't ever change that name. That is an amazing name, Exotic Wiener. That is a wonderful name. That's all I have to say. Just don't ever get rid of it. Just keep it forever. You got the rest from tutorials? I read the wiki and had help from Twitch chat. Perverted Mind. Hey. Some of the best usernames are perverted. Hello, Jess. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everybody. How we doing? What are you guys up to today? Oh, building the spaghettis. How is the spaghetti? Well, the efficiency spaghetti, as they say. Curry, Alistair, cilantro, Badger Face, hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. My name's Greg. If you've never seen my stream before, let's just pause the game for a second. My name's Greg, and I don't see very well. I stream an absurdly large amount of Dwarf Fortress. This game is incomprehensible to normal human beings, but that's acceptable. If you are confused about what the hell you're looking at, just ask. It's pretty easy to explain. That's it. And if you guys don't know Jess has been building a factory recently. Recently, I watched her play Subnautica, plays RimWorld. Go give her a follow. She's good people. Oh, hey. Snow just melted. I got some snow on the top half of the map, though. An exotic wiener. I know that you're newer here, so I'll just simply say this. Keep your sense of humor mature. That's all I'll say. You do have the goofy name, but like... act like an adult or get slapped is basically how we work here. An evil force of darkness has arrived, commanded by an army of Jess. Well, this is an 18+ stream. So you can... You kind of have like a millisecond decision right now, Exotic Wiener. Because you've just put a target on your forehead as for a permaban. Because technically I can't let anybody watch this stream if you're under the age of 18. So you have kind of two decisions, right? You can act like a child and go away and never come back. Which would be unfortunate, because Dwarf Fortress is a great game and I like people to be around the stream who like Dwarf Fort. That being said... you gotta be a grown-up to watch this stream. I like where El Naso's going with that. It's funny. It's a pity you don't have a guillotine, El Naso. So you know, you just realize that this is not a kid stream. Oh, also, water's melting, or the ice is melting. That's all. Just act like an adult. Or you won't watch the stream for very long, which would be unfortunate. All right, let's get some more alcohol up and going. We need more fruit. We are out of fruit. Get the pitchforks. It's fine. Speaking of, what's up, audio? I was gonna say like disappointments or something, but that would be rude. How's life treating you, audio? You get more sleep these days?
This is madness. Madness.
What just happened? All my mods showed up. Yeet. Everybody just like picks now to tune in. Hey, hi. What's up, guys? What's up, nerds? How's things? Mod party! The mods are here. Hide the memes. Life's okay? Good to hear. It's like raining and snowing at the same time. Late winter. Seems about right, frankly. Sleet? Yeah, that's one word for it, isn't it? And avoid the people outside? I mean, I don't know why you would go outside in Florida. It's either 10 bajillion degrees or lovely and beautiful. Also, Hobo, can I have some of your dinner? You want to fax me some of that? Because, like, look at this stuff, Chad. That's just sinful. Utterly fucking sinful. You're being summoned for cardio time. That sounds like fun, I guess. Go have fun with cardio. That's kind of nice. Oh, that's not too bad. You have to get up and eat. Mm-hmm. Very big nom. Yes. So we have begun a brand new fortress for anybody who's sticking around from the raid. For anybody just tuning in. It is currently the 4th of granite in the year 6, early spring. Which means we have 999 to go. Beer is nice and chunky and chewy. Did you misspell beef? Exotic wiener? I hope that you misspelled beef. Otherwise, you might want to not drink that beer. But yeah, so the goal of this fortress is to build a fort that lasts 1,000 years. Which the main response I've gotten is, I don't think that's possible. So we'll fucking find out, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna find out. We're sure gonna find out. Yep. 0.001% done. Oh boy. At least it's not raining outside, so the dwarves can go outside and not have panic attacks. The dwarves are a little exasperated dwelling upon being caught in the rain, but aside from that, like, they're kind of okay. Two whole fried chickens and a Coke. And I'll have white bread, toast, dry. Would you like jam for your bread? Chat's Jake and Elwood, the Blues Brothers. I need to rewatch that movie. It's been too long. Now you really need to go to the deli. I had that feeling the other day, and then I went to the grocery store, and it was good. Don't look at the food porn section of my Discord. It's dangerous, man. I'm telling you. What are you trying to do to me? Just thing. I need to rewatch that movie. Is that movie on Netflix? Oh, God. Sorry, it's just a natural reaction. An elven caravan from Came Lothia has come. That's a very, very small caravan. I mean, I could sell them some mugs, I guess. All right, elves. I'll sell them some nice mugs. No elf attack. Well, not really attack, but elf trading. B-Lug, did I tell you about the cool thing that happened already? That we noticed? And I've literally... Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. It's still happening. I've literally never seen this before. A blue line on the map. A blue line. It's a notification that my faction is reclaiming a fortress. Why they're reclaiming a fortress on year 5, I don't know. Yeah. We're actually trying it, manufacturing monkeys. Not because we're nuts, but just because we're nuts. Yeah. So we've already seen shit we've never seen before. Also, my outpost liaison, if he's still here. No, he seems to have fucked off. Is the faction general. Which I've also never seen before. Also, when we generated the world, I started it at year 5. Guess how many historical figures were dead, B-Lug? Is there an easy mode? DF is easy mode. Guess how many dead on year 5? 59. 59 historical figures have died as of when we started. 59. It's like nothing. Like, you could just, like, scroll through it in, like, a couple seconds. It was so short. Like, I'm used to, like, embarking in worlds where it's, like, 800,000 dead. $69 would have been funny, yeah. Exotic Wiener. You should watch this video. That's kind of the one tutorial you really need. The Krug Smash Dwarf Fortress Crash Course. Yeah, it's like you could read through the history of this entire world in like a couple minutes. We sort of discovered the game with Krug Smash? You probably did, but watch his tutorial. Because that'll help you start your first fort. It's probably the most helpful little tutorial. Once you've watched that video and completed all those steps, we can help. Otherwise, it's just going to be a, well, I mean, you could do this, but you could do that. And like that video is really helpful. Just one thing that's outdated about that video is they've made aquifers a lot less scary. I have exactly 420 Dwarf bucks worth of mugs to sell. That's just funny. They have a chipmunk in a cage. Ooh, a badger. A ute robe. Apricots. Loincloth splints. Might buy 2 splints. And a crutch. Let's buy a couple barrels so I don't make them myself. And a bucket, why not? And trade. And they say, oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. I just sold them a lot of mugs. I guess I need to make some more mugs now. Afford some iron goblets. Make ourselves nicer mugs, of course. No. Aside from I don't want the elves to murder me. Because the whole point of this fortress is longevity, right? So, the stuff I'm going to be doing is stuff that'll help me survive longer, not necessarily to, you know, be the most profitable or optimal. The elves are exceptionally stupid. So I want them to be kind of happy with me. So if I go and chop down a bunch of their trees, they won't be like, oh my god, you murderer! They'll be like, please don't. You know? I mean, I already made this lovely wooden road out front. And I'm going to need to chop down more trees as time goes on. But we're on a pretty sparsely treed area. Ooh, walnuts are growing on the trees. At least on the walnut trees specifically. That does sound beautiful, Anander. But probably my best meal, actually, that I made recently was I bought this really cheap pork at the store. And I plopped this picture of it up on Discord when I was eating it, but I marinated it in soy all day. And I made a very, very, very simple, tasty dinner, which was this. It was just pork, brown rice, and some vegetables. Just lightly seared, nothing fancy. A little bit of soy sauce, carrot, onion, a little bit of garlic. Very simple. There's something about just like pork and a little bit of soy. Oh. I mean, you could do that to the elves, probably. All right, we should make a kitchen. He's already rendering fat. We're gonna prepare some lavish meals. Also, because I think that this might just be a smart thing to have early. I'm gonna make a ashery. And a soap maker's shop. I think I have a dwarf set to make soap. We'll find out in a minute. Here's the thing. Elves are the cannibals. Dwarves are not cannibals. Dwarves don't eat sentient creatures unless you mod the game so that they eat sentient creatures. So unless you yourself are a willingly, knowingly horrible human being, dwarves are not monsters. It's the elves that are the monsters. So generally, the outcome here is the elves will eat the dwarves that they murder, and also their own dead, to like get their power or something. So really, what you want to just like not become the thing that you hate, and do that to the elves. So you know it's much more efficient. Big heavy object on head splat, and then just throw the body somewhere where it won't be seen. Much more efficient. All right, let's make lie. Oh, I need ash, right. Okay, so first thing I gotta do. Wood furnace, so let's make ash. Normally I would do this with the manager's office, but I'm not doing that because we're doing this micromanagey fort thing. I do actually need to chop some trees down. Sorry, elves! Well, elves aren't nutritious. Elves will give you, I was gonna say heart failure, but like indigestion? I don't know. Look at all the dwarves coming over to collect that wood. I mean, like, you can force your dwarves to eat elves, you just don't want that. All right, so you're done with that. Let's make 5 lye. Then we'll make 5 soap. During combat, too. Although I might need to butcher something. I just saw them rendering fat. So we probably have Talo. Yep, we don't currently have Talo. Are there any animals on the map? Oh, there's kangaroos. All right, I need to give somebody a hunting job. Zephon the cheesemaker. I'll give you hunting. Means you're going to go pick up equipment. You don't Atom Smash intentionally? Drop a rock high enough and you'll Atom Smash something. But yeah, I do Atom Smash for the purpose of saving frames. Smash some atoms, save the frames. No, it's not humane. On top of an old school aquifer, I had an extra 50 levels per underground section. I think I had 14 levels of aquifer, and it was going well until I was invaded by multiple war parties. Yeah, well. Well, in order to live long, we require frame rate. Otherwise, this fort's not going to live so long. So the next time we butcher something, we should, theory. Okay, let's automate that. But next time we butcher something, in theory, we should be able to. That's not true.
My grandfather would be proud of my donating. Fuck cancer and save the frames.
The AGDQ memes. I can agree with most of what you said there. Fuck cancer and save the frames, indeed. Thanks for the $1. We have a weaponsmith, a mason, and a peasant. Well, peasant, you require jobification. Give you masonry and stone detailing. Whoa, whoa, they're all metalsmiths. What has happened? You heard save the frames? Yeah, I understand. It's just a natural reaction. Wow. Apparently a farmer guild has been established. Stray cow can be oh god, you brought a KV pup. Why would you do that? Okay, that's fine. But I can eat the cow. That's good. We can make soap out of the cow probably. But yes, I understand. It's a natural reaction. We're almost at our population cap. Our population cap is 32. There's a GDQ dono generator? Really? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but like... How did we not get Tolo? Seriously, how did...
Third time watching SGDQ, third time runner. My game's passed away from cancer. Money goes to view the frames, view the Germany. Hype.
It's funny because it works. I feel bad laughing at that, though. Like, I do genuinely feel kind of bad chuckling about that. But also, it's funny. You know? Man. In other news, my dwarves are dancing.
4th time watching SGDQ, 3rd time runner. My animal passed away from viewer. Money goes to view the grub, donate the games. Or
the reason that Hobo is being merciful here is he's not cheering 300 bits to force you guys to have those horrible hype emotes. So I think you guys all need to bow down to him and thank him for not giving you those horrendous emotes. Horde guy, what's up? Good to see you. And thanks for the $3, Hobo. Cheers. Please, I was like, please don't give me emotes. Thank you, Dr. Phineas. I love just the concept of everybody throwing their channel points at me to go away for a day. Where it's just like, here, take these channel points, now go away. Take a day off. Yeah. Really? Oh, that's funny. Blue Jade. I don't believe I've ever seen Blue Jade before. Yeah, we hit 50% today on the Make Me Take a Day Off challenge. Which will just slow down the millennia passing, but... I mean, aren't Aquamarines just a division of the, like, U.S. Army? Weirdly difficult to do that right, because it's C, and if you hit C at the wrong angle, or at the wrong time, cancels the job. Your hat's still on my screen. You're not far off an ad. It's, could also make me take a day off. Or wait until you used to be rich. The true Twitch chat flex. Okay, so this is going to be for that. Gems, finished goods, leather, cloth, weapons, armor, and sheet. And then everybody's just like, well, time to go outside and grab everything. What used to be rich? Now you guys actually have stuff to spend your channel points on, so I think it's ideal. That's a good combo. I like that a lot. Ibs. All right, so I need a farmer's... Well, what's the word I'm looking for here? Guild. Farmer's Guild. So the question is, where do I put it? I do have exactly 10 farmers, unfortunately. Is it a duel? Board guy. Is this just everybody's just comboing the Dwarf with all of the emotes that are needed? Someone needs to give El Neso a full arsenal. He's missing several weapons. I need a crypt sword. That's an emote we need to make happen. Let's see how we're doing on iron block bars. Got 9 charcoal and 32 iron bars. Bring a bunch of cabinets. Minecraft pickups on a Dwarfy Dwarf. I love how there's a pet goose running around. Oh, shit. Ah, there you go. The Guild of Vines has many members in Longdeath and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished with and designated for a farmer guild. Yes, we'll approve it. Also, something that I'm going to begin doing. Because we have a ways to go, but I have an idea. And it's going to take a lot of blocks. It's a bed, not a block, but... I'll have some epic growers. Yeah. I mean, these dwarves are going to be epically good at a lot of things, like, let's be honest. Wait, drinking water? Oh crap, we're out of alcohol. Whoops. I got plenty of plants, but apparently I'm not brewing any alcohols. That's a problem.
I just read your mind.
That's an ad. Some weird pug is or bulldog is talking to me. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. That's a good goblin emote. Whoa! Zapdos gifted a tier 2 sub to El Neso. El Neso, welcome back. And enjoy the extra emotes given to you with a tier 2 subscription. Shit, dude. Wow. But also shared 10 emotes. Yeah, well, there's 108 people here, so it's like a 9% chance you get emotes. How long is that emote promotion going on anyway? Hopefully not too long. A snatcher. This is something that you see early on in Dwarven forts. You'll see snatchers. They will run into fort and they will try and kill or steal children. Where is our child? Our child is underground and in bed. Okay. Doesn't matter who's in the squad. Let's go beat the crap out of that snatcher. And they're chasing him. Runs inside. Ooh. Who got him? Recruit punches the goblin thief in the upper arm with his right hand, bruising the muscle through the cave spider's silk cloak. The recruit strikes the goblin thief in the lower body with his copper pick, and it is mostly cut away with the rest of the torso. Gross. But we did it. Let's get that corpse out of there. Claim the clothing that's on the ground there. Is this fort going better than the Fisher Fort? Oh, way better. Most dwarves are quite happy. It's not raining 24/7. It rains a little bit, although they're a little afraid after experiencing that trauma. Like, how's my expedition leader doing? Vengeful! When joining a conflict. Let's practice a craft. All right, well. I'll give you... Let's give you bone carving. Let's do 1, 2, 3 Craftsdwarf shops. It's a fort that we're gonna try to make last for 1,000 years, Jack Nark. That's interesting. Those. Let's gather a bunch more plants. 470 something years for Arch Crystal. Actually, you know what? I want to leave my wagon there for a little bit. At all times, he just waits and presses enter. I think he times it, actually. And I know at one point Peter showed me the spreadsheet that he made to min-max the odds of earning more tickets. Some people are like way into this whole tickets thing. I mean, when you've been hanging around this stream for 4,000 hours, you've got to be at least a little bit into it. Also, 4,000 hours. Nice, Hobo. But speaking of betting fake money on fake things, Blaseball comes back tomorrow. I'm excited. There are ways to optimally earn tickets, yes. I min-max my blood sugar every day, so yeah, you can pretty much min-max anything if you try hard enough. There we go, we can make soap from tallow. Okay, so we're gonna... actually gonna smooth this. Make kind of a... put kind of an effort into this, into cleaning up this area down here. Some people do try, yeah. Also watch the stream, yeah. that helps you earn more tickets. I'm still like way too happy with our naming schemes. The Fortress of Longdeath. Of the Eternal Adventure of Time. No new rumors or anything. Actually, I wonder. 30, 30, 100. We're at peace with the goblins. Interesting. No contact with them. Hmm. It's just accumulating from watching. Hey, at least like you've got a positive income though. See how myself in? No. That would be the boring way to do it. No, I'm just gonna I'm gonna keep size small and I'm gonna be very careful about the resources that I use and require. And give the dwarves lots of long breaks. I don't remember this discussion, and I was watching Hobo's stream, although it might have been when I was doing a beer run. Personally, I wouldn't get the RimWorld DLC, but that's just me. Risk of Rain 2 is a much better game. But, you know. I'm also a salty twit who's spent too much time playing RimWorld. Checking something real quick. Or rather, prepping something. How they're all just dancing around the goose. I like how the goose... whose pet is that, actually? It's a gander, and it's Kubok's pet. The furnace operator. There's also a bunch of vermin over by our turkeys in the fort. Unfortunately, the cats don't seem to be doing a very good job with that. Speaking of, have the cats claimed any owners? Nope. Can't really get into the interface. It'll come. With the Steam version, probably. Oh, I got a bunch of suspended jobs. Probably because we were chasing around a goblin. All right, so we are going to dig out a small area back here. We're going to make our garbage dump. Buzzard was fighting with a human bowman. Why is there a human bowman on the map? Guess one of our second guests. Look at that. No, I get that. I fully understand. Dwarf Fortress is overwhelming. But that being said, it's one of those things that you just kind of get used to with time. Oh, shit. We have our first mood. Potentially one of the first artifacts of the world. It's a carpenter's workshop. Grabs wood. Okay. 2 pieces of wood. And stops moving. Wants cloth thread. Okay. Okay, that's cloth thread. 3. Uh-oh. What kind of cloth do I have? Time of year is it? Midsummer? Okay, I have 11 pigtail thread. Might just need to make a loom. Unless you want silk. It's a problem. That's a problem. Hope you don't want silk. When are the... we're in midsummer. You might survive long enough. As I have pigtail cloth, you may want silk. You probably want silk. Well, let's just hope that either A, we process the right plants and What's the movie where they fling their arms around and shoot bullets in a curve? Wanted. What's the one where they shoot people from halfway across the world with really, really, really big bullets and really, really, really powerful guns? It's Wanted. Terrible, terrible movie. Although you see Angelina Jolie's butt in her prime, so I will give it a D+ for effort. Doing a thing on that? Yeah. Yeah, they did. Not a thing. It's a great, terrible movie. I wouldn't even say... I mean, I haven't watched it in a while. Maybe it's so bad it's good. I don't know. What kind of thread are you weaving? Pigtail. Come on. I guess I just need to hope that, I guess we just need to hope that, traitors show up. Or we have our first casualty. Midsummer. Do you think he'll last until the traitors arrive, chat? What do you think? I'm not holding out hope right now. But some migrants have arrived. Very forgettable asides, curved bullets, and Angelina Jolie's butt. I haven't forgotten that scene with Angelina Jolie's butt in it. But yes, the rest of the movie is quite forgettable. I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed and hoping. Twice this weekend? For that same reason. Don't want Dan to die. He's one of the original 7. Or one of the, like, initial group after the original 7. Tomb Raider with Angelina? Anybody remember watching Mr. and Mrs. Smith? I remember thinking of that movie that was so cool. Movie's bad. Movie's hot garbage. That movie's like way funnier in hindsight too. It's like, oh yeah, they were married at the time. It's like cheese kind of irony. It's definitely nothing like cheese. But it is ironic and kind of funny. A little bit fit. How are you? The Room is like a test of your, like, patience. Watching that movie is like a mental challenge. Built those out of the wrong blocks. How goes the Dwarfs? Well, we've begun a Millennium Fort, which is probably going to take me a year to finish. So we'll see if we actually finish it. We're going to try and keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. In game time, obviously. Ideally without time skips. Yes, The Room is the movie with Tommy Wiseau. Written, directed, and starring, in fact, forget his acting credits. Speaking of Tommy Wiseau, where is Big Shark? I'm still waiting for Big Shark, Tommy. Tommy announced a movie last year that was supposed to come out in 2019. Yeah, still waiting. Basically, someone told Tommy Wiseau that CGI exists. And so his obvious response was, well, time to make a monster movie about sharks. You're a filthy lurker? Why is that a cold truth? And I'm sure that you shower. So I'm sure you're a perfectly clean lurker. I'm so salty about... Well, not salty, but like sad about that dwarf. I don't want to lose him. We're in late summer. Come on, traders, please. Please, 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 please. I mean, I would say that my least favorite movie of all time is definitely not The Room. It's Borat. Least favorite movie I've ever seen. Like, the hardest movie to watch I've ever seen was Borat. Also, I need a farmer's guild hall. I'm going to put down here. Because I did agree to do that in game, so I might as well actually build it. No. Borat's the only movie, or is one of the only bad movies I've watched. And I've seen a lot of bad movies in my life where I actually just, like, turned it off.
My wife.
I don't find his humor even remotely funny. I don't find him even remotely funny. I just think he's kind of disgusting. That's my opinion of Borat. I never saw Batman versus Superman. Actually, I don't watch DC movies. Actually, I don't watch superhero movies. I should just, like, draw that line because I'm so fucking done with superhero movies. I mean, I've certainly seen movies that are bad that I didn't like, but, like, Borat was one of the only movies where I was just like, that's, like, one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I would actually put the Lego Movie up with one of the best movies I've ever seen. I didn't like The Dark Knight, and I've seen The Dark Knight. I thought that movie was blech at best. Like, maybe I'm just a monster, but I genuinely did not like The Dark Knight. Like, it was a fine, watchable movie, but I watched it way after it was out, and it was not worth the hype. It looks pretty good. I'm sure it is. I've seen enough Batman in my life. I don't need more. The Bearded Periwinkle? That's a funny name. Best movie / series? That's not possible. That's like saying, what's your favorite video game? There's too many different kinds of video games, and half of them shouldn't be compared. Because if you're gonna ask me, like, what's the actual best video game? It's Tetris. Tetris is the only perfect video game. So if you're gonna say, like, well, what's the best movie? It's gonna be something dumb. It's gonna be like Shawshank Redemption or some shit. But, like, if I were to say a favorite series or franchise, probably Star Trek.
Crit Pog.
We ran out of rock. Great Padinsky, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive and continuing to watch and support the streams. Good to have you around, man. Still so worried that a Dwarf is just going to randomly keel over. Kung Fury's horrible. Kung Fury, I never finished watching it. I'll be honest. Like, I started watching Kung Fury, and I backed the Kickstarter. I made it, like, an hour in. Not even. Well, it felt like an hour in. I was, like, 20 minutes in, because it's a 30-minute movie. I just kind of turned it off around the point where Hitler showed up. I was just like, I'm done with this. I can't deal with this shit. There you go. Dan, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was a Lord of the Rings geek, and then they made The Hobbit. Now I kind of hate it. So if they never made the Hobbit movies, I'd probably still consider myself to be a Lord of the Rings geek. If I were to say a favorite movie, though, like a favorite recent movie, Mad Max Fury Road. Strong, like, what is there to not like about that movie? Dude strapped to vehicle driving at 300 miles an hour down the desert with an electric guitar and a flamethrower on the end. Strong female lead characters. Great film work. Practical effects. Amazing movie music. Gripping plot line. It's the only movie to actually give me back pain from sheer stress of just, like, clenching. Dredd is such an underrated movie. Like, Dredd is just a no bullshit solid film. No bullshit solid film. Came out more than half a decade ago. It's a recent movie. What, are you gonna start saying that, like, Dead Space is a retro game or some shit? Are you one of those? It's a recent movie. A cobalt. Skulking filth. Good luck, Colby. I hope you were able to steal much stuffs. I was into military movies. Oh, no, I'm not. For some reason, you can't understand. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason. We're all kind of fascinated with things we've never had to experience. Kung Pao was amazing the first time, and then I tried to rewatch it. And now it's just, It's okay. I think my sense of humor changed, is my problem with Kung Pao. I don't know if you've been around for this conversation, Jack Nurk, but I had an extended discussion / argument with somebody at PAX West last year. About the fact that she thought called herself a retro streamer and said that she only played retro games. And I asked her what she was recently playing, and she says, well, I'm currently playing through the Dead Space franchise. I'm like, that's not retro. What are you talking about? And then she went on about how it's a retro game. Now, anything outside of Men in Black 1 is terrible. Change my mind. I mean, trust me, it was amazing the first time I saw it. This person was my age, El Neso. It was in her, like, mid-20s. Trying to, like, insist that it was retro. I'm like, it's not retro. What are you talking about? See, like, that's, like, kind of the beginning of the I could see the justification that Halo Combat Evolved would be retro. I could see that justification. Like, I could see somebody make that argument. That one I can get. Like, heck, I could even get behind it and agree with it. Mistim has returned, the liaison from the mountain homes. There is much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization and World info. Obviously not the remakes, but if you're playing, like, OG, like, on an old Xbox, yes, that's retro. If you're playing, like, Combat Evolved Remastered on PC right now, that's not you playing a retro game. That's you playing a new version of an old game. That's different. If you're playing the original hardware or like the PC version, that's retro. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, clearly fucking Silk. Well, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. Tapioca, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I'm not familiar with what that game is. MTG Battlegrounds, not familiar. Are you tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane? Gonna go hang out with some friends. We'll see you later, dude. Be safe. And thank you very much for gifting the sub. Yeah, you can make glass coffins. No, you're not getting a glass coffin. You're just getting a coffin. Because I've already made you a coffin. It's raining too. I like how he grabs random piece of him first. Wait, were you beheaded or some shit? Yeah, you were beheaded as part of the fight. That's gruesome, man. Wow. I cannot wait for the violence of the Steam version. All right, chat. With the first funeral. Oh, shit. In the early summer of the year 6, the army of Ism, wild cloistered, marched on rubbed wraiths. The dwarves. In the early spring of the year 6, Aloth Bookcrowd became the mayor of the Tomb of Planks, replacing Vakar's sword rags. And they attacked and raided a goblin fortress. Much news. Keeping them down. Population of 10. You can't wait to see all of the confused streamers. I don't think it'll be that bad. I mean, I'm sure that, like, there will be a few streamers who don't usually stream these types of games who are very confused. But, guys, I'll be honest. It's 6 p.m. I'm getting hungry. I've been streaming for 9 hours. We finished up one fortress today and began the very ambitious project of building a Millennium Fort. I don't know if you guys can quite tell the design that I'm building yet, but essentially what it's going to be is it's going to be a very large kind of circular object around that creek, and then we're going to channel underneath the creek and build like a pit fort, and we're going to dig and live down in the bottom of that pit. But for right now, it's just kind of us like walling off the creek, essentially. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? We're in year 6. Let's go for year 10 tomorrow. Okay? 29 dwarves. Welcome to the fort. Gonna go on for a while. And Dan, we can definitely get you in as another dwarf in the future, so don't freak out. Don't worry too much. But you're part of history. You're probably like within the first 100 or so deaths in this world, in fact. Now, if you like my stream and you want to support me, please don't run off because I'm going to do 2 minutes of sponsored stuff. I've got 2 sponsored ads I can run back to back. That'll get me a little enough to buy a 6-pack of beer and some biscuits. I'll just put it that way. Not a huge amount of money, but it's basically just a normal ad break. So I'm going to save the game. If you don't have the tier 2 subscription for Crypt Sellout, exclamation point sellout in chat. We're going to run these back to back right quick. And then I'm going to call it and we'll host somebody. So the first one is a trailer for Season 2 of Boys. The Boys, Season 2 specifically. So, start. The following minute is sponsored footage. Hey, Rari.
Butcher? What happened? We'll totally get them something.
Thanks.
We got
Poor
suit
guy.
terrorists. And we got no superheroes.
Hi, I'm Stormfront.
Who?
I'm the new girl.
I need to actually watch this show.
Are you messing with us?
Maybe I should. Is this show good? Have you seen this show, chat?
But we can fight back. With an army of Supermen, millions strong.
Oh, great. Cool.
She's got a whole army of supes.
I need some power.
All right, what do we do? You can't just kill everyone.
That's exactly what we're gonna do.